Good morning, gamers. I should bring the mic closer to my face. Welcome to Low Ink February 2023 Day 2. I am Magic 8-Ball. We are showing the match between Black Komodo and Marine Melody for your first round of top 32 groups of Day 2. I'm joined by Brushstrokes. Brush, how you doing?
I'm doing great. We were sitting here, we're stalling, trying to figure out what we want to talk about these two teams. So while Black Komodo and Marine Melody on their Battlefy chat know that we're story crafting, we do have quite the informational nugget for you all. Marine Melody, a team finishing 4-2, fourth in Group B. Black Komodo, also 4-2, was in 9th place. They shouldn't be here today, but a team drops, and they have to prove that they are alpha bracket material in this first best of 3. So super exciting stuff we don't typically get to see on stream on Day 2.
Right, exactly, and it has a very big mental impact, right? Because you're going and expecting one thing, and then like the morning of, they tell you, oh, yeah, team dropped. You want to play with the big boys, and you kind of just gotta pull up your drawstrings and just say, all right, let's do this. Clam Blitz on Inkblot is going to be our first map mode, and honestly, I've not seen Black Komodo play yet, but I know Marine Melody has a very, very nasty composition that they like to run.
Yeah, I mean, Clam Blitz Inkblot is one of those maps that Marine Melody, especially a team being around for so long, has had practice through Splatoon 2 all the way up until now. So when we talk about strategy crafting, when these teams are sitting here getting their comps ready, that level of conversation and strategizing goes out the window. We know what we want to run, we know how we're going to do it, and it's just about execution.
3 ways to get to the basket as we're kicking off today with a hot start. Let's hear it, everybody in chat. We've got some great matches for you. And we see a wiper coming out on one side, and we do see the brush coming out on the other. Other than that, mirror matches. This is going to be very intriguing as we're seeing a lot of last-ditch effort on the side of Black Komodo. We're going to play a long game.
Absolutely. Now it's that dogfight for mid, seeing who can get that first pick, who can get that first special, and it's going to be Black Komodo taking a huge amount of space on the right side, finding 2, finding 3. Now it's a 3v1 situation, and they got to build up those clams. Just Hawking alone, they go down. That is a delayed wipe in favor of Black Komodo, a team proving they deserve to be here on top 32.
That's very quick. I mean, really, you have that machine positioned on the right side, and it's going to be perfect, as well as this crab up on this left side, making sure the bats cannot be too safe for the members of Marine Melody as those clams start to trickle in. Gonna be getting back to the mid, getting some clams, getting their jumps in. Those specials are still online. Finally, we're seeing a couple players go down, but not before getting a couple more clams in. Something shady is happening.
Easy on Marine Melody.
But
We're
it wasn't
a minute to the game. I think it's 44. I think they have to play.
No. Because I think
okay.
it happened before those scores came in. So it should be fine. That's a little dicey, though. That's a little dicey. It's only a minute in, though. So I feel like this is a good start. You know what I mean?
Right. The rule I've just been informed is get below 30. So we think we're fine either way. But Black Komodo coming out strong. Yeah, I wanted to pay attention. Devil there, who we saw at the very end when we realized there was a DC, they were the one who popped that crab on top left. And they weren't able to find a pick with it. And this is something super important. When you're trying to sustain these pushes, you need to pop those specials and find use of them. Holding that top left spot wasn't, in my opinion, and maybe Magic, you disagree, I don't think that was able to control enough of Plat. And they ended up having to retreat all the way back into street and into mid. And, go in alone again on right side with clams. So finding the opportunities to pop those specials, but also finding the advantage from them and being able to convert from them is super important.
Yeah, it's, we both play chess. People say you can get a winning position in chess, but you still have to win the game, right? Just because in theory you've done the right things thus far, it doesn't mean that you've completed the journey. So they need to complete their journeys, per se. They really did a good job, though. Like, getting a good 50 push early, like, sending in those players with the QR to just get those couple more clams in, like, that's the kind of thing that good teams do.
Yeah, so here's Marine Melody. They've been kind of slapped in the face in a team that wasn't meant to be here at all, and they're trying to refine their footing. They can't change comps. They can't change gear. You know, it's the same map mode on this replay. They have to figure out what they're going to do differently as we go back into Game 1 Clan Blitz on Inkblot Art Academy.
Gonna have to see how it all shakes out. We're going for the rerun. It's gonna be a good one. Let's see how they open this time, because the Marine Melody should be expecting that right side push that really took them off guard. And we're gonna have to see if Toby can do that same kind of trickiness on that left side to get that early advantage. Gonna be dancing around this, but Ivy decides to take the high ground this time.
Oh,
not gonna be in favor of them. A good team up.
Deja vu, a 3v1, just one alive for Marine Melody. They don't quite have the clams yet. There's the delayed wipe, and now they're able to toss them all together. They don't have the specials this time, but as I say that, there's the crab, there's the booyah bomb. They're going to be able to sustain this, but they haven't put in a ball yet, and they're wasting their specials, going one down, a 3v4. Black Komodo unable to take advantage of this push so far.
I think the wiper shredded that booyah, or somebody did, and all of a sudden the wind is taken completely out of those sails. This ship is going to port. Marine Melody is deciding that they want to take the pace of this game and turn it into their own favor, though 2 going down is going to be a little hard. Nice play from Hawken, able to get that double. Going to be able to get the mid back in complete control and probably have their specials online for this next push, although they're not going to be able to take advantage of it quite just yet. They're going to need their team back.
8 clams down, 10 ready for Marine Melody as Lily's on this right side. The crab is ready, trying to find any opportunity in. There comes the first special. Now another. That's totally a great amount of space they've opened up. Ivy with this hammer looking for anyone, unable to find a pick. Oh, but there it is, just as it ends. That's a 4v3. Lily's crab wasted and space unable really to be found, but a 4v2. Now, finally, the gate is open and they might be able to move in with that ball.
You know, you say wasted, but I don't think it was, because they're able to at least make some space. They burned a lot of specials, though, to really not get a whole lot out of it. I will agree with you there. I think it was a couple of misplays after the fact. You know, they didn't exactly follow up on the space that they were taking, but it was, I feel like it was a good ideas that they had all around. Just one going down, though. Ivy not going to be able to find anything on that wiper as the trip strikes come in and brush. This is looking like they're getting sandwiched.
Black Komodo trying to have a little bit of the same magic they had at the first run, but that ball is thrown up as Devil drops down. Now the tri-strike is out on the plat, and they're going 2 down. Not able to have the same luck as the first run-through of this map, as Toby is left alone on this right side.
Having a couple of spicy jumps. I can't believe that Emperor's still alive. The hammer gets stuck by the singular pull in the way. You hate to see it. Oh, it's so rough. It's so rough being an Ultra Stamp player. And
it's unfortunate because that's actually what's allowed Black Komodo to take the right side. Had that hammer gone through, there would have been paint differential, and Marine Melody would have been able to find a way in. But instead, it's Black Komodo pushing forward, a 3v2 situation now. Ivy is alone in mid, trying to make something happen, and there comes out the hammer, and not able to find one yet. There's the first pick, looking for a second. A free up comes out. They're going to go down, a 3v3 situation, and we're back to a neutral game in there.
Oh, I don't know if it's exactly neutral. Look at these specials coming around, and Devil with a great pair up from Toby. Gonna be able to get some good pressure up on this left side. They're gonna have to watch Toby. They're gonna have to make sure he doesn't come in, but because of that, the right side was completely left open, and this clam is going back in. Trips come out, and so come the clams. 60 points remaining. It's a pretty good push, but it's not the super safe. If you Black Komodo, you want it just a little bit more, as you see Doubles trying to make it happen. Not gonna be able to do so. Gonna have to back up. Gonna have to get. Oh, hold on! Before I say that, Devil's going to go around town, making sure that they cannot dance with him.
Devil finally going down, but they're proving that this annoying pester rat gameplay is working. Devil playing the super aggro splash-o-matic, and we see the Ink Brush doing the same exact thing. Toby, as you kept calling out, looking for any chance to wrap behind and find a pick, and it's keeping pressure that's stopping Marine Melody from finding a way into mid, and there's a full wipeout for Black Komodo as I say that. Floodgates open up, and it's Toby who's leading the way.
They do have control of this area, but is it going to be enough for the time being? The Pity Clam comes through. That's actually huge clutch. Ivy coming in, finding the slash, but these clams are going to be dropping down. 38 remaining, and that is not the position you want to be in if you're Marine Melody, especially letting this Ink Rush get away, and the Trip Strike stalling you guys out just for them to get a little bit more space. Now they have to burn their specials way before they can even get close to the basket, and that's going to leave them with a bad pace if they have to stay like this.
Time is running out in this game, and Marine Melody needs to prove that they can do it, but Ivy's moving a little bit tripped up, trying to find a way onto the block. That means that their ball carrier goes down. It's just Ivy alone with the hammer, trying desperately to make something happen, but they go down, and now Game Boy with this clam is stuck all the way back on their plat. An overtime push is going to be what they need, but they need to find the pick, they need to find the special, and that's going to be how they do it. The Trip Strike's ready, and first pick going down on Devil.
We got about 15 seconds left to get this clam all the way across the map and into the basket when they have got 3 people standing in front of them in the Trip Strikes. Hawkins trying to find a way in, needs to probably throw that clam forward now or else it's not going to get in. Does. Ivy's nowhere to be found though. That's looking like it's going to be a finito. Marine Melody is trying their best, really, but it seemed like they were just a little bit uncoordinated, right? Something I tell when I coach people is that there's a very, very small window between where you're being too slow and you're being too fast. Like, especially when you're playing at this high of a level, and these players are playing at a pretty high level, you need to be very precise with that timing window, especially after you use your specials, especially when you're moving up together. Like, there's a very small margin of error if you want these to succeed, these pushes, these movements towards the enemy. And it seemed like Marine Melody was just getting a little bit tripped up with their timing. I think Ivy on that wiper was getting a little too hasty.
Yeah, and Black Komodo was able to really take advantage of those opportunities, not going too fast. But it was the very first run-through we saw before the replay where Black Komodo took control of mid and was able to find that small window, as you talked about, find that little opportunity in and really took advantage. I didn't see that come out again from Black Komodo, so maybe Marine Melody waking up, it's early in the morning, finding their footing again is a factor at play. So I would not be surprised for a Marine Melody bounce back, but Black Komodo, they prove they know how to take the opportunity window.
Oh, for sure. Every time it seemed like they had an opportunity to move up to the basket, they were able to at least do so and stall out long enough so that the other members of their team could find clams and everything. Because I feel like that was also a little bit of an interesting thing. You know, they oftentimes got their pushes started, but felt like they were a little bit lagging behind in terms of like the clam economy, right? It seemed like they didn't have like the best control of it, and that's something that Marine Melody could have taken advantage of as well if they had just probably up to the pace just a little bit more. Give and take from both sides, right?
We're moving here to splat zones on Flounder Heights, a dual zone map, and one that also leaves a lot of space for those flanks. So I'm not surprised that we see Toby continuing to play here for the side of Black Komodo, despite their massive roster. Really going to be able to take advantage, assuming they run that Ink Brush again.
Oh, I feel like you have to here, especially with how solid these displacement specials can be on a map like Flounder. Although you might prefer like maybe missile instead of the whale because of the verticality and it's hard for the whale to track. It's still very useful, especially against crabs, which I feel like is something we didn't really recognize a lot of during the match, but that whale often can shut down a crab, especially like if they time it just perfectly, and that can really put a damper on these pushes.
Yeah, there was a number of times there, especially I saw a push trying to start through ramp on the right side, and just a killer whale on its own was able to stop that and say, no, you have to push through the left side, or at least you have to wait. And you know, we talked about opportunity windows, that gets rid of the window entirely. That killer whale did a ton that last match, and I think a very similar thing applies here with those grates.
Exactly, we're gonna have to see it all shakes out. Getting back into this match pretty soon, and this is probably do or die, right? I believe it's the top 2 teams move on to Alpha Bracket in these groups of 4. So you go one match down, all of a sudden you're fighting for your life for the rest of the day.
Yeah, and Black Komodo, again, a team that wasn't meant to be here. They were a Gamma Bracket team, and they're only here because of a drop, and they've already proven that they know how to play at this level, they can play at this level, and they're going to catch Marine Melody offline. There you go, we're going to see Ember coming out with that flings a roller, and ooh, double slosher coming out inside of Marine Melody.
I actually really like this. I think Tri-Slosher is an underrated pick right now. Toxic Mist can do a lot of work, and Inkjet, although it's a little bit dicey, can still be trippy for crabs and things like that, and Sloshy Machine paired with it is just perfect on this map. Although Ivy not going to be able to make the most use of it in this first scramble, and it is a scramble because we are on Flounder Heights. This thing is going to be a death fest.
We saw a couple flicks from Toby, and Marine Melody backed all the way up. Game Boy now completely on the back foot. But Toby not able to find a pick, instead going down with an assisted trade. 93 points on the clock, not a ton. But these picks are huge, and there comes Black Komodo getting 3 down and control a mid. This might be, I mean, on this map, this can be the only push we see all game, just because the rest of the map can be back and forth.
Very much it can, and you get stuck in these spots right in this low ground. What if you're trying to push back in, and it can be so tough? 3 specials online, it doesn't go up. Ivy decides to dive forward, trying to find the machine, but is gonna get kited out. 3 more specials online. Can Marine Melody find the right combination? Finally, the Booyah starts it out. Crab comes online, but here comes the trip strikes in return from Black Komodo. Ivy goes down again, and it's not what you want to see. Really not finding a good angle with this crab, and is going to be diving away for now. Finds the pick on the brush, finds the other pick, and luckily, with the help of Hawken, is able to take back this zone. Marine Melody fighting, showing that they still want this.
Toby not even looking back at the zone, saying, I know my teammates have it, and that's going to be their downfall. Lily able to find 2 very critical picks there as their teammate was swarming zone. That leaves a 4v4 situation again. Now it's Black Komodo's turn to prove that they know how to push in, and the Killer Whale's going to come out, and the Tri-Strikes as well. That's zone neutralized, at least a 4v4 situation. Specials, though, in the favor of Marine Melody, they can hold on fairly easily.
Fairly easy. The crab goes up at the perfect time, and that's going to be a takedown on Toby. And one more. Lily, this is exactly how you want to be using that crab. Do they know Devil's there, though? That could be a very scary shark. If it's going to be able to find someone, not going to be able to do so. Finally, Devil does go down, and this looks like it's going to be returning the favor is Marine Melody, and this is going to be a very dicey lockout. Toby goes down again. They need to start painting for their specials, but they're getting stuck in these small areas.
2 down now. Black Komodo has a player advantage, but there's only 10 seconds to that lead. Game Boy finding the pick on Devil. That is a critical pick here. Though the zone is neutralized, player advantage is in the favor of Marine Melody. They're able to hold on to this zone as 3 more go down for the side of Black Komodo. This is a knockout opportunity for Marine Melody, and they have proven they can get back into this game and take a W.
They take the W here, and it's going to be a very, very clean one when compared to the last game that was a scrap fest. Very different playstyle, I feel like we saw. You know, we saw the Tri-Slosher just trying to trade out, trying to constantly fight, and because of that was able to create those openings that was necessary. It was such an interesting situation on the pushback, too, because Black Komodo got a little bit too aggressive, right? And Marine Melody saw that, and Lily came up huge because of that and just took the fights in front of her. Very, very clean, and that's what you need to do in those situations when all of a sudden you're getting swarmed. You need to say, well, they're not doing the right thing. I'm just going to take these fights.
Yeah, I mean, Toby ignoring the zone is a great play when you're a rat, when you're playing that ink brush, but it leaves your zone a player down. I'm not quite sure how Marine Melody found the way in. Whatever it was, all of a sudden I looked up at that HUD and there were 2 down. That is a huge opportunity. Marine Melody took it. Black Komodo not having the fuel to come back in, and they only really get 2 chances, 1.5 chances. Marine Melody, that second chance, they took advantage. Black Komodo unable to find the same.
It felt like they were really scattered towards that comeback on the side of Black Komodo, right? When they were trying to push back in, it felt like they were just constantly trading, and so they couldn't find their footing. You know, they didn't go for specials. They were kind of really frazzled by the fact that they had gotten pushed in on that hard, and that they kept going down one by one. And so because of that, it just turned themselves upside down, right? And they were trying to hang from the ceiling. It wasn't working out for them. They got a little bit of a blood rush to the head, per se, which makes sense because they were fighting so much.
So there you have it. Marine Melody tying this set 1-1 in a dominant comeback. They're trying to hold that momentum, keep the train rolling, and be able to find a Game 3 W. Tower Control Mako Mart is where we're headed next.
Ooh, and this is a decider if I ever did see one. This is a map mode that really shows your team's coordination. It's going to be very intense. right? They're constantly going to be fighting, and there's a lot of avenues to find those picks. These high grounds that people defend from are not safe, so you have to play them really smartly depending on where the enemy is positioned on their attack. It's going to be dicey.
I love this graphic pulled up because that orange little arrow there after first checkpoint, accessing the enemy high ground from the tower or slipping through the back. You cannot win this game unless you take control of snipe and you take control of what I learned as toilet paper. You cannot win this game unless you get the high ground, because there's no room for the tower to move. And that's super important. You see that in the image in the top right, that orange arrow is telling you, hey, go around the right side, find the space. And again, Toby, with that ink brush, it's so easy to say. You're just able to slide right through, get the distraction, get the control of that area, and take the W.
I don't know if it still shows that it's toilet paper, but on that top right of that image, it usually is like literally a stack of toilet paper, or at least it was in Splatoon 2. Oh, that's so unfortunate. They removed that. I actually didn't even know that. We're getting back into it. This is game 3, do or die. Double shot coming out on the side of Marine Melody. Ivy deciding to say, hey, I've got a Zuka in the back and a Haunt QR composition. Wait a minute, I'm loving this.
The Zuka's a really interesting pick, right? Because if you can get that first shot and find the pick pretty quickly, that opens up snipe, that opens up toilet paper, and it totally takes the space that you need. But you need to be able to find the picks with it, and going down early, that's Lily on the splatter shot, and it's just Toby alive for Black Komodo trying to hold on defense. You don't want to be in that spot if you're in a rush.
Very much so, and I love how Marine Melody just knew exactly that they could start pushing, because the last two were left on that right stack, and they were able to use that to their advantage and just stall them out, stiff arm them. A quick shark gets spotted out and taken down. You're the one trapped in this cage. Finally, Marine Melody has gotten a little bit of wind taken out of their sails, but they've got a Booyah Bomb, and they've got jumps coming back in. This is going to be very, very tough to push back from, because that second checkpoint is so hard to get to if you're on the attacking side. Already one goes down on the side of Black Komodo, and another. Look at the shark on Marine Melody. I don't think we're going to find it.
Look how much paint is down for Marine Melody. I mean, there was a moment there where Black Komodo had a player advantage, and the entire map was purple. Black Komodo pushing ahead of where they have paint, not able to find the picks, and all of a sudden Marine Melody is steamrolling forward once again. They're going to get to this second checkpoint, and they're going to get through it, but going a player down, that might be a little bit difficult. Devil taking a crazy fight, though, against Lily and finding the win on the wrong side of the map.
Right, I think that that was a little bit too focused, tunnel vision-y, I guess you could say, on the side of Marine Melody, going for that pick, for allowing Devil to draw the attention away from the important areas that they were fighting. Crab going online, though, and it's going to be a beautifully timed Crab from Lily. They did a wonderful job stalling out that Crab just long enough to return the favor. A great Zuka shot from Ivy, and Black Komodo cannot find their footing. Every time they try, it's just getting taken away. Devil finally finds one, but at what cost? It's so far away from the rest of their team, and it could end up working out, but it doesn't look like it's going to be enough to start this push. Whoa! Hold on. Maybe I was wrong. I don't know, Brush. What am I saying?
Devil fighting and taking a crazy 3v1, but they're Crab, not where you want to take it. Hawken doing a beautiful job understanding their weapon, finding the pick, but going down themselves. A 3v2 situation. Black Komodo now just one alive, the rest on respawn, trying to keep this push moving. And the strike lets it happen. They're through the first checkpoint, and that's all you need for this push, because you can come back later. You still have 120 seconds in this game.
Oh yeah, that first checkpoint getting broken is so important on this composition, specifically in this scenario, because that machine has just been such a defensive fortress on the side of Marine Melody, and finally taking that down is so important to take down that stall spot that they can use on that right side. Toby goes down to that Booyah, though. It's going to be a little bit too hectic. One goes after Hawken after diving forward, but gets cleaned up by the team, knowing exactly where to be to help them out. Gonna go down again to Ivy, and this is looking like it's going to be Marine Melody's chance to again take control of the mid area. I don't know if Black Komodo understands the way to properly fight this back. They keep using this left stack, and I don't think it's the way to move forward.
No, you need to get Pink down on the right side, but I'm not seeing it happen. But Toby and Ember able to ignore that, find a way on the right stack. Toby, though, getting distracted by Hawk, and they're finding the pick. That is a decent pick that you want to take, but going 2 down without the Pink behind them, it's a tricky situation. Toby now making it a 2v2 situation, leaving one alone on the right side. They're going to be able to rotate around and find the help they need. Ember now hopping on tower. That's Lily backing all the way up to the back right. And now we're just into a standard push. Defense set up on toilet paper and on that snipe. And it's Devil on the right side trying to make something happen.
Devil does make something happen. That's really important, having control of this right side, but you don't want to crab against the sloshing machine. It's going to get a little bit too hectic. Goes down, though. That's so important. And now this crab is going to become uncontested. Toilet paper is getting completely overrun. And that's a wipe. Komodo, with a minute left in this game, takes the lead. I'm diving across the tower. I don't know.
Devil this whole game, crabs that we think are going to get punished, positional advantages that aren't taken, but out of nowhere, Devil finding that 3, that leaves 20 seconds on the clock, and Marine Melody having to paint the entire map and finding a push, but their heads are still in this game. They find 2 picks, they're steamrolling this tower forward, and it's Lily now hopping on tower with that crab, trying to force an advantage.
Ivy goes down. This is so tight, but they've got the trip strike, and they know that Black Komodo has been playing this wrong the entire game. They've still got the trip strike. They've got a booyah too. Devil's in the back trying to play a troublemaker. It does. Hagen has to die now. The whale goes up, and the trip strike comes down. That's Marine Melody getting taken down. Round 1 of Low Day 2.
What? Black Komodo again up. Emma bracket team today was brought up because of a drop, and out of nowhere, Devil proves to be an MVP. Find those picks, find those specials, find the space, and find the Windows magic, as you said, and that gives them a 2-1 win in round 1 of top 32. They have a fighting shot, a ticket even, to Alpha Bracket.
Boy. Now, are you not entertained? This is round 1. This is round 1.
Oh my god!
This is the first round.
Yeah, I mean, there is so much Splatoon gameplay today, so much to see, and this is what Low Ink is all about: finding these opportunities, finding these stories of teams coming out of nowhere and taking the tournament by storm.
You know what I love about Low Ink?
What is it?
Anything can happen. Anything can happen in Low Ink, and that is what I love about this tournament. You never know what's going to happen on your screen. You could talk about the teams, you could talk about the who should win, which compositions, etc. It doesn't matter. It's just who's going to play better on the day of the tournament, on that moment in each set. And this time it was Black Komodo coming online and absolutely taking that one to the bank. I love this play. This play with the crowd. Oh, it was so, beautiful. Beautiful.
Black Komodo, a beta bracket team in November Low Ink. I'm going to find out how they did that month. But even this alone, even that showing proves that you're more than a beta bracket team. You know who you are in this tournament, and you know how to take a good fight. It's really impressive, as you said. You know, anything can happen, and I keep talking about Devil, but in conjunction, I think, with Toby's frontline and Toby's rat gameplay, as we say, they worked in tandem, and Devil able to find windows and opportunities in that you don't normally have.
So, where does that leave us? Right? We said top 2 or top 1 move on to Alpha.
I think top 2 are Alpha, the next 2 are Beta?
If you need stalling, we got the brackets. Send up the brackets, JPEG.
Wow. Black Komodo, a 5-1 team in November. They had a stronger shot at Alpha, but they weren't able to make the showing in top 32 that they needed. So this is in a lot of ways, a couple months later, is their redemption round.
Interesting. Okay. Other sets that we see, Jelly Squids does take the W in their first round. That's going to be a team to watch as well. A team that has been around for a long, long time. Pond Duck Crew getting taken down by Triple Friterate? Do you want to say that one for me? Because I can't speak, apparently.
My gut is to give it an Italian accent, but I have a feeling that's wrong.
Same here. Oh my. Still though, these are going to be the previews. Oh, and Ikarioku, which is a team I've been seeing a lot. They've been playing a lot in like SOS and stuff, right? They're getting taken down as well in the first round. Gonna be, like I said, anything can happen in low ink.
Yeah. Oh, I'm really curious. Outcast Ninjas 0-2 to Democratic Republic of something. That is an interesting result. Democratic, I think, totally a pickup team. And now they're eyeing for an alpha bracket bid in Group F. That is a line to take in this tournament. You know, we've only ever seen the one team, I think, maybe two Magic, win low ink as a pickup. And so it's significant that Democratic Republic is taking a bit of that.
Right, exactly. You know, Outcast Ninja is a name that's also been around for a long, long time. As well as Ufish. Like, that Group F is going to be hectic to see who's going to come out on top. Because also, you got Splatalot C, which is also a team that's been around for a long time, right? And, like, these are people that are trying to make a name for themselves.
Have we seen Splatalot C take a seat like this in low ink? I feel like I have not seen their name in alpha bracket. That is a big deal for them.
I don't know anymore, man. I don't know anymore. I think I'm getting images, hallucinations from above. I believe that our next set is going to be Infinity Rain versus the Flying Octos from Group A. And we're going to be seeing that matchup. Infinity Rain, as you see on the bracket, lost to Team Biscuits, and Flying Octos did take their W. So, Infinity Rain, they either win or they're in beta bracket.
Yeah, and you know, we saw, I want to point out, Flying Octos with that massive roster. That was something Black Komodo, they traded out a player, I think, every round.
Oh, yeah.
And ultimately, that gives them the W. Flying Octo, they're a team that can take advantage of the same thing. But, hey, Magic, is that the same Game Master from the last round?
No, I don't think so.
It's a different Game Master? Maybe okay, well, we'll have to see how they play differently then. That's funny.
I've seen Infinity Rain's tag in solo a lot before. I've seen these players, so I know, and I've heard this name before. These are going to be some players that can do a lot of work. It's just going to see how well they can put it together. I also love the fact that one of the players in Flying Octos is literally just named Top 500 with 3 question marks.
Yeah, I mean, they really want that in the X rank, eh? They're really eyeing for it. We're gonna move ahead here, though, into round 2 of top 32. Rainmaker on Sturgeon Shipyard, another classic Splatoon 2 map.
Also, it's very tight, right? Like, this map mode can be so stally. You try and make a couple of moves forward and you just get stuck. It's very, very easy to not get a lot of points and have a match go where the majority of the match is spent trying to break that first checkpoint. This is do or die for Infinity Rain. Let's see if they can make it happen on round 2 of day 2 of Low Ink 2023 in February. The Charger coming out and the Squeezer?
Chargers in both times, and that's not even an E-leader, that is a scope, at least on the side of Infinity Rain. So we're gonna see some, vacuum action in this game, something we did not see at all last time.
Vacuum is actually really good for pushing those pedestals, right? It can basically guarantee that you land those dunks, which is really important on this map in particular. And especially if you can get wipes like that, it's going to be very easy to get this knockout. Panda taking down that checkpoint, and this is going to be a really dicey push. Let's see if Infinity Rain can actually take control of this. The whale is going to be really good, but is it going to be enough? The Ink Brush coming over the lip of that spinner. Top 500 wants to show that they could be that mechanically gifted Squeezer, but it's not going to be able to find any picks as they're kiting back and trying to just get control of mid in this situation.
Watch how Flying Octos was able to back up and hold mid, as you mentioned. You know, not overextending, not trying to hold on to something they don't have. They recognize they're 2 down. They're going to back up. They're going to keep their specials, charges, and top 500 on that Squeezer. They already have their special ready, and there it comes out. And so there you go. The Rainmaker's going to go down. Infinity Rain stopped dead in their tracks. 3v3 situation, but a huge special advantage for Flying Octos on this defensive.
Oh, it's going to be a super tight. Like I said, you just get stuck. These defensive positions are so easy to get caught out in. I think that Panda was going for a really aggressive back play and didn't end up landing it because of the one block in the way. Panda's going to try and get on top here, but it's not going to be enough.
And there you go, a crab popped really early, so it's not going to find any merit here, and actually it might get punished by those trip strikes. Backing up now, but Infinity Rain, their Charger going down in mid. That is the Charger 1v1, and Flying Octos proving they might be the better player in that position. Callie now taking a super aggressive play on the top side by the snipe, able to find a pick on Panda. No backlines alive as Infinity Rain comes back.
Callie's going to find this top left position, is going to try and clear the way. He's going to be able to take down top 500, it looks like, or somebody else with the help. Going to be able to go all the way around town here, trying to do the best SpongeBob impression. Well, I have no idea what I just saw on my screen. I'm so confused. I think somebody fell off the map. I could be wrong, but I think that's what happened. But they're back. Everybody's up. There's trip strikes coming down on this far left side. One goes down. There's a crab in mid, I think. I don't know what's happening. Inky, please help.
The moment when the commentators see something they've never seen before, and there's a hush over the crowd. But now we're back to a dogfight in mid, trying to get some paint down. And it's Flying Octos, though, without a player advantage, I think with the paint advantage. Though they're going to be able to back up as we saw them do earlier, now going 2 down and able to hold on to a little bit of space. That's super important. See Then Atus taking the left side, not making sure no one's going to slip through the side, but actually that's the checkpoint that's going to fall, and a lead can easily be taken here for Infinity Rain.
It can, but it's not going to be super easy. Finally, they were able to take onto it. That back able to clear the way just long enough. And that's going to be basically a wipe, except for Callie, who's still doing rat things and still being an absolute nuisance in the base. Finally getting burst bombed out. You're not going to have enough paint to work around with. He's going to have to try and just move themselves all the way around. I cannot believe this Inkrush is still alive. Actually, I can. This is low-wake. Anything can happen.
But the Rainmaker's resetting. Callie unable to find it. I'm not sure what the play would have been there if you pick it up, other than let it live a little bit longer. It looks like Flying Octos finally recognizing they can just ignore Callie, but that ignorance is going to mean that Callie can come from behind, unable to find 2, but finding 1 pick on players that have all their specials ready. There's another. Now the crab out from Washi on the backside. A 3v3 situation, but the Rainmaker alone in mid from Infinity Rain. I have no idea what side of the map we're on anymore as the clock ticks back a minute left in the stage.
How is there already a minute left? This game is a bit of fever dream, quite honestly. Like, people have been going hallucinations on the screen, ink brushes in the base. Like, what are we doing here, right? Top 500 lands a couple of nice shots. It's going to be 2 down on the side of Infinity Rain. And they had the lead, but it is not a very strong one, right? Like, that push can happen very quickly now that there's no checkpoints. They're going to have a couple of trip strikes online. They're going to have the whale, so they're going to have enough stopping power to make sure that they've got their resources. And the whale comes up early, actually. That's really important because Callie's going to be able to capitalize and get that out. I believe that's a double bomb T-Tech, which I'm loving already. Going to have the trip strikes at the ready, finally tossing them out to help Callie get in and secure this game for Infinity Rain. Flying Octos has no idea where to stand.
The 2! The Shark on Spinner finds them the picks, and now the Rainmaker being completely neutral. It's going to go into an overtime, but Callie finds another one. Overtime slowly ticking away. They need to pick up this Rainmaker now, but it's not going to happen. The tri-strikes don't do enough for that pop, and the game ends just like that. I think Infinity Rain takes it.
Infinity Rain holds on just long enough to maintain their tournament presence. That rush was doing so much work, but I also want to point out that those T-Techs had just immaculate trip strikes. Every time a crab came up, it was getting dunked on. Every time they needed to try and make their way into a push, they were able to do so. And they were able to play from behind pretty well, right? Like, they kind of saw that Flying Octos was being really aggressive because they had the extra checkpoint, right? Like, if they can get the checkpoint, then they're not going to get the lead. So they had the time to come back if they went down. They were playing more risky, and Infinity Rain took advantage of that.
You want to hear something insane, Magic?
Of course.
That was game 1.
Yes!
This is the beginning of a set. These teams just shook hands. They still have 2 full games if we get to see a game 3 in this best of 3 set. So, like, these teams still have a lot to learn from each other, and that's always super interesting, seeing how they're able to adapt. Moving into Clamblitz on Scorched Gorge, weapon changes can make a world of difference, especially when you're running double vacuum chargers last game.
I don't know if we're going to see them switch off or anything. Like, maybe they switch to leader or something, but I feel like these are actually charger mains that we're seeing on both sides. So, which is hype. Because I love charger duels. And like you saw, you know, a good charger can win those charger duels and completely just dismantle a team from their push, as we saw in that game. So, this is going to be a really big deal. Who is going to be the better charger? And if you can't be a better charger, can you at least put enough pressure on the front lines that it's not going to matter that much, right? Like, can you dodge, essentially play a game of dodging the other charger and having a more backwards position, let your frontliners take advantage and use those specials to take down their charger.
Right.
So it's a whole give and take.
And on the flip side, like on that defensive as a charger, your job is to stay alive.
Yeah.
And snipe is relatively safe, but it can get overrun if specials start coming out on the right side. And so your job there is to find, okay, do I jump out here? Am I going to be able to back up and wrap around? What's even faster? What's safer? So these split-second decisions on the defensive can also make a difference to say, okay, that clam basket's going to get all the way down to 20 or it's going to stop at 8.
Splatoon is very fun to watch, and as we're going to see these chargers come out again, we're going to see a junior intriguing and a ballpoint. Hello? I have not seen that weapon in years since it got nerfed in the golden age of Splatoon 2. My goodness.
Yeah, that fizzy spam. Those fizzy bombs can make a world of hurt on a push. If Panda's able to find an advantageous position, maybe on that right side, those fizzies paired with a nice couple shots fired can make a huge difference. But Panda going down early to a splat bomb, and now it's Infinity Rain and a huge 4-2 and 2 special advantage.
I don't know if this crab is the right call, Locky. That's going to get taken down. Panda's going to need to try and farm as much special as possible and use those grades to their advantage. Gonna try and take down this charger, but not able to find the shots. Shotgunning just a little bit. It looks like Zizoka comes up, and there's gonna be a bubble as well. The back into bubble combo guaranteeing a lot of space, getting taken for basically free. Trip Strike is the only thing that can take it down and is gonna come out, but not after a couple more clams go down. Top 500 really wants to make a top 500 play, but it's not looking like it's gonna happen. Clams are finally trying to come in. It's not gonna be there in time.
Barely. Yeah, so that's Infinity Rain taking advantage of space, but not having the clams to back it up. So there's an extra layer here. We're in Clam Blitz. It's not about space. The tower just doesn't march forward anymore. The Rainmaker isn't a player. You need to be managing the clam economy and looking out. And that's exactly what Callie's doing here on the backside, getting some clams, gearing up for a push.
It doesn't look like they are doing a great job at managing the clam spawns, although that is a very high-level technique, right? They need to be really careful of these lips because these brushes can do such good work. The Inkjet is not going to be able to stay alive for much longer. It's going to get shot down and just collapsed on after it gets landed. 388 remaining, and I don't know if there's anything that Flying Octos can do other than just try and scrap because it seems like every time they use their specials, they're just getting danced on by another round of stuff from Infinity Rain, who has taken complete control of this set.
2 minutes in, we're almost at the halfway point, and this has been Infinity Rain's game. Paint 100% in their favor, scored 38-100. Flying Octos needs to find the advantage here, and I think that has to come from Panda. That's the big difference, I think, in these comps, is that you're running a weapon that really needs to be dancing around and not going down, and it's super difficult to do that when you're a ballpoint versus a scoped charger.
And this Inkjet can be so important if it's used absolutely perfectly, but there's such a high margin of error, no shots landing from that Inkjet, so it's going to be one more special that's just going to no use, to no effectiveness. Finally, maybe a couple of good plays, but a shot from the charger and the Inkback. Top 500's trying to chase Zaska over here, and I don't know if they can get away with this. No, the team gets called for help. The Inkback shot takes them down from top mid, and I don't know how Flying Octos is going to find the advantage here. They've got to do something, though, and they go 2 down. Kelly one more time shows that they've got this game completely locked down and completely overrun.
Yeah, Infinity Rain nearly all the way back in their spawn, but now they're the ones on the push. They're the ones with 1 point remaining, and they've got the clam to end it. Sebidas coming in, ending this game, taking the set 2-0. What a fight.
And that first game was such a back and forth fight. Infinity Rain, as soon as they realized what they needed to do after learning so much from that first game, just said, all right, here's our game plan. Cali can do this, right? We just need to enable them. And they did perfectly in this game. So many whales coming out at the right time. The beautiful coordination between the vacuum and the bubbles and the trip strikes. And that is how you play as a team. And I think that definitely they were the better team this time around. So both of those teams are now 1-1 in their groups.
Yes.
And need to win out if they want to make it to the final round.
Right now, tiebreakers are going in Infinity Rain's favor, but that switches so quickly when you add an entire another best of 3 on top. So Infinity Rain here in a great position for an alpha bracket run, but Flying Octos not out of it yet. I think in this round, are they? They are. They're playing Team Biscuits, who are now 2-0 in their group. So they need to take this win, and then it's going to be a world of hurt for TOs as we figure out tiebreakers.
Yeah. I believe our next match is actually ready pretty quickly. So we are going to be trying to hop over to there pretty soon. We have Outcast Ninjas versus Splatalot Cosmic Cherries, who may have played in a low ink before. We don't have much info on them, comes the words from on high.
Yeah,
this is going to be interesting.
I have seeded many a low ink now, and Splatalot Cosmic Cherries is not a flavor of Splatalot that I think I've played with. So, super interesting stuff here as a team in an alpha bracket position. A team currently, currently 1-1 in their set, can take this third game and get a grands or an alpha bracket seed. A super new position for them, whereas Outcast Ninjas, a team we've seen again and again, we've already talked about them being here in Group F, taking an L round 1 to Democratic Republic, but now again in the second seed, a 1-1 position, and they're set up for a very intense set here to find a way to alpha bracket. And
Octo Ninjas, Outcast Ninjas beat Ufish, who has also been a mainstay in low ink, it feels like, for a long time. So them getting taken out of alpha bracket contention is actually pretty intense. So Outcast Ninjas is coming in hot. They're gonna have to see what they can do against these Cherries. Gonna be dicey though. Like, especially when we don't have info on teams, that means that the players on the other side have no info, and that is the scariest thing when you're going into a set where you have no idea what the enemy team is going to be doing.
I'm afraid this alpha bracket's going to be a little bit of a food bonanza. Team Biscuits plus Banana Basics plus Italian Ice plus Cosmic Cherries. I'm thinking, Magic, when are we getting our Splatoon food invitation?
We got the whole gourmet buffet out here. I mean, for real. I'm getting hungry just thinking about it. I need to go to the grocery store. Like actually, I have no groceries in my fridge right now, and it's kind of a problem. That's really funny. The fact that we have that many food names, because usually it's like names that are about the ocean and something that has ink puns and everything, like, you know, this the usual sea puns, ocean puns, ink puns, that sort of thing. Oh, no. There's an aquatic creature that we make fun of. Why is there food?
I don't know, but I'm getting hungry here. I love Popgun. Whenever he signs off, he's like, yeah, I'm going to go mow the lawn. That's where you can find me.
Oh my God.
But it sounds like you can find both of us at the grocery store meal prepping for this coming week.
Chat, I will eat. Do not worry about me. I have plans to go to the grocery store before I go to work. That's why I couldn't do the next block. That's why I couldn't do the finals block, is because I have work. I have to go to the grocery store. I've got it planned out. We're good. Everything's fine.
It looks like we're getting just about ready to finally play this round 3. Outcast Ninjas versus Splatalot Cosmic Cherries. Tower Control Eeltail Alley is where we're going to go first. Magic, I've set us up for failure, but you better be able to talk about this one for a hot second.
No, I think it should be fine, right? What maps are we going to be playing?
Tower Control Eeltail is our first map.
Tower Control Eeltail. Interesting. I feel like Outcast Ninjas could do well on that map. It's going to depend on blue, right? To see how much the space they can take there. And again, we have no info on Splatalot C. Do they have a charger? Could be. Are we going to get like some massive E-leader duel? Maybe. Anything can happen in low ink, baby. Anything can happen.
Outcast Ninjas, I think a team we typically see in our Gamma Epsilon brackets. Fighting for a bid in Alpha. This seems to be the theme today. And obviously the top 32 format, as we've seen low ink move to as team registration numbers increase, we have these weird situations where these bubble beta gamma teams really have a fighting chance to find their way in grand finals of the entire thing. So they go, tournament formats can change how tournaments feel, but it also gives players or different style teams, different play style, different skill level teams, different shots.
Yeah, exactly. It's all a mentality thing too, right? Like, I couldn't have taken a drink while I was talking. What am I doing? It's a mentality thing, because, you know, instead of just like, oh, my chances to get an alpha bracket ends day one, like I just need to be good on day one and I can just like warm up on day two and then, you know, try and make a run for it. No, like now day two, like it doesn't end on day one. You don't get placed in the top 16 on day one. You have to continue to fight for 3 more rounds on day 2, and then it's a single elim, right? So it becomes a lot more intense during each set, whereas day 1 is a little bit less tense for those teams at the top.
Splatalot C, a team that went 4-2 yesterday, that put them 7th in their division, so that makes them a traditional beta bracket pick. On the other hand, Outcast Ninjas, a solid 5-1, a confident place in their bracket. That puts them 3rd, and that is where you want to be moving into day 2 with a strong seed for top 32 and a comfortable feeling under your belt.
Can you believe that Low Ink has 150 teams? That's 600 players.
Yeah.
Like think about that. Think about. Oh yeah, no, I'm in the top, like, I'm in the top however many teams of this 600 player tournament. I'm better than that many of 600 players. Like, think about that for 5 minutes, and you realize just how crazy competitive Splatoon is. Because this isn't even like the highest level of play, but this is still a very like grueling tournament that you have to be very precise to play in.
All of the super top level players, I mean, seem to have their heads screwed on fairly well, right, with like being humble and all that. But on some level, when you're number 1 in this scene, when you're FT Win at the height of FT Win's height, you're better than thousands and thousands of competitive players, people who spend hours each week grinding and practicing and strategizing, and it's that fighting feeling all of these low ink teams feel, that hey, one day I'm going to be able to take low ink and then I'm going to take SOS, and one day I'll be there at the top. Really, it's that hunger that we see over and over again in low ink, and it's the hunger that carries competitive Splatoon.
It's the hunger that I'm feeling right now that I got no food in my fridge. It's hunger all around. We're all just hungry for this, man. Going into round 3, this is do or die for both of these teams to get their way into the alpha bracket of low ink to taste that sweet, sweet victory. We've got Splatalot C versus Outcast Ninjas. We've got the Wiper and the Tetras versus a Zimmy and an E-Leader on Eeltail Tower Control. This is going to be a very, very scrappy match that is going to be dependent on whether or not they can get to that charger. And if anyone could do it, it's a Tetris and a Wiper.
Yeah, a very long map as well, so a lot of space for a charger to back up and stay alive, especially when you're an E-Leader. You have so much range. You're already at a safe distance usually, and already 2 down for Outcast Ninjas. Now 3 down, now 4 down. Oh my gosh, the tower now gonna steamroll forward. This first checkpoint kinda on this weird middle block, but oh my gosh, Outcast Ninjas with another 2 picks. What is happening up there?
Hammer forward! I want to see what Super Mario was doing!
JK dominating! There comes the hammer, finding a nice trade! Trades typically go to the defender, but not if you're this far up. Not if you have this much control. Super Mario, though, going down. Splatalot C.
That's 2 checkpoints! That's already 2 checkpoints down. Shins has been absolutely tearing it up in this game. Completely skill diffing the members of Splatalot C. Absolutely tearing apart every 1v1 they've been taking. I don't think they've died yet. That's Tetris. That's a feat. This is 7 points, 4 points, 0 points.
Ninjas!
Hello? Huh?
What?
How did they lose round 2? How did they lose round 1 if they're playing like that? Jeez.
Leave me some food, Outcast Ninjas. Holy. Out of nowhere, I think there was 1 minute and 5 seconds holding forward. You know? Like, out of nowhere. Wow. Yeah. It's one of those things, like, we set up these ideas of the Charger really going to be a dominant player. Ultimately, when you get into that game, you're playing Splatoon. When you get there, it's time to just go. There's no amount of prep work. There's no amount of strategizing. When you're sitting down and your controller's in your hands and you see the 3, 2, 1 go, it's time to play Splatoon. And Outcast Ninjas understood that and ended it and played Splatoon and played better than Splatalot C. And that's what it comes down to sometimes.
Yeah, I mean, legitimately, like, there are some matches where it just comes down to, can I shoot my gun better?
Right.
And they were definitely pressing the ZR button, like, just a little bit better than Splatalot. Like, that's all I'm saying. Like, they're just pressing buttons better. Like, we are playing video games, everybody. That is what they're doing. They're pressing the buttons. They're doing it better. It's just impressive. Like when you see it play out like that, it's wildly impressive. Like, it seemed like they were moving forward and coming back, like there was a dance that they were doing. It wasn't just we're just gonna overrun these kids. Like, no, like, Shins was taking a turn, then it was the Wiper, then it was Jorian, and everybody had their chance to go in and make something happen. That is how a coordinated team plays with a snowball composition, a forefront composition. We're gonna be seeing it probably again here on Rainmaker Undertow.
You talk about the dance that is these rotations forward, and that's where the replay feature in Splatoon 3 is super awesome. Outcast Ninjas looking to kind of have a little bit of the same magic, especially on a map where they get to pick the pace. The tower isn't at a set speed. The Rainmaker gets to just move wherever they want to. And so with the extra flexibility, Outcast Ninjas, they're feeling confident here moving forward.
Trading out the Wiper for a try, and trading out on the other side a Stamper for what I believe was I believe it was a 10 attack. Gonna have an interesting little switch in ideas on these teams, right? We're gonna see Splatalot C trying to play for a bit more of a chip style composition while having that Charger holding things down. Whereas we're gonna be seeing the Tri-Slosher trying to just trade out and really be aggressive. And I think Splatalot C is gonna have the advantage for it, especially on a map like this where the verticality can really, really benefit something like a Tetris and something like a Tri-Slosher. So they're already getting past that checkpoint. It's only 40 seconds in. That Zipcaster going all the way forward and hasn't gone down yet. The Junior does go down. JJ is trying to get it. How did they dive it off that fast? Hello?
That was impressive. I was going to say a very loud play coming out there, and that seems to be the style that Outcast Ninja is taking on. Super Mario able to find the pick on Elise there as well, and it's just a race on the front end. Tar unable to find the pick as early as they wanted, but ultimately finding it. That leaves a 3v3 situation with a Trizuka out, unable to find a pick. We're back to a dogfight mid. This is Splatoon gameplay like we like it.
This is how we like it indeed. This is where we want to see them teams scrapping. We want to see them playing their hearts out. We want to see them doing the smart thing and also doing the aggressive thing. As Elise gets a nice shot in mid, catching Jorian, trying to find some openings for their team as this Rainmaker is going to get picked up, trying to move past those checkpoints. If they move on the right side here, it looks like that's what they're posturing to do with 2 specials and including a Booyah Bomb. This is going to be some really quick, easy points. JJ's coming up on this left side, trying to use that Tri-Slosher to its most effectiveness. Not going to be able to do so. They're trying to hide behind this pole as the Zuka from Super Mario gets the triple kill. Going for this checkpoint early. Super Mario trying to lead the way. Gonna get taken down though. Tar comes at just the right time.
Yeah, the right side push is so risky. You need to be on a wipe to have any chance at it. And instead, as players from Splatalot C had respawned, there were players ready for it, unable to force the checkpoint even on the second desperation effort from Joe Ryan. And now it's back to mid. There are 2 minutes 30 left of this game. I think Outcast Ninjas got ahead of themselves, got overly confident from that round 1.
I think so too, but maybe not, because that's a great couple of points there. Gonna have the QR coming back online, so they're not gonna get the lead just yet off of this, but can they pop this thing quickly? It's gonna look like they do. No lead! No lead, they grabbed it too hastily. Gonna be able to find a couple of nice picks, but I don't think it's gonna be enough. They need their whole team up to make this play work. They need to be snowballing. They get the pop though. They just need to dive for this Rainmaker. Shins is gonna try for it. Gonna be able to grab it. No, Tar gets it. Shins tried to dodge off and wasn't able to do so. That's no lead for Outcast Ninjas with 2 minutes left. Yeah, these points are super close, and both of these leads could go down at any second into a very snowbally spiral. But that could have been Outcast Ninjas' opportunity.
But it's gonna work as 30 points remain on the timer. There's 90 seconds left in this match, but that's a huge lead. Now a 1v1 situation is Super Mario. They need to play safe now. They need to understand we have the lead. It's time to back up, hold mid, find the picks. Super Mario, this aggressive gameplay we've been seeing all game, they're going to take a left side flank now and just put paint down, find space, and maybe gear up for another push later, finding 2 picks on the left side. That's Shiz and Super Mario.
Oh, but the Zuka going down. Shin's gonna try and make a final dash for it, and does. 1 minute left in this game, and Elise is gonna get taken. No! Blitz comes through, helping out the teammate. This Splatalot C group plays together like their lives depend on it, and that's what they're doing best. They can make this play happen. Are they gonna go for the left side, or are they gonna go for a more risky right side? They're trying to decide now. They have the crab up. Looks like they're gonna commit, but the Zuka is online for Super Mario. It's gonna be so close. Can Ikyo get this? This is gonna be so huge.
Super Mario. Big pick for them. That allows them to collapse onto the Rainmaker, finding 2 more picks as Outcast Ninjas, the timer running down. Just TAR left alive. They're gonna zip cast away, but they need to find the pick on their jump spot. But it looks like JJ's gonna be forced back. 10 seconds or 15 seconds just remaining as Outcast Ninjas holds on to this pop, not wanting it to go anywhere. A 2v2 situation. 10 seconds. Shins now watching this Rainmaker. The Brio comes out to try to get the pop, and they do. Now it's Splatalot C in the Rainmaker, moving for an overtime push, but all Outcast needs to do 1 pick before they can find 30 points. Blitz trying to figure out where to move the Rainmaker.
Oh, they might have baited them over to this right side. Blitz might have done this very smart thing, but the Tri-Slosher gets the picks. JJ gets the pick, and a bomb kills them. The Zuka comes out and gets the pick. That's going to be Outcast Ninjas josing their ticket to Alpha Bracket and keeping their tournament run alive. Can you believe it?
That's wild, and it's okay. And again, let's see, not out of this tournament yet. They, if they move to beta bracket, they move to beta bracket. But again, I think it's possible. No, they're 1 and 2 now.
No, they're 1 and 2.
Splatalot C heading to beta bracket. They are a strong team. If this is the Outcast Ninjas that we're seeing, Outcast Ninjas, a very strong contender for Alpha Bracket Grand Finals, and that's what you love to say early in the day. See early in the day.
That is what you love to see early in the day. Like, teams need to be going online all day. Like, if they can bounce back after a loss in a tournament as tight as this, that's super important. Because at the end of the day, they only get 1 loss, basically, in this group stage, and that's all they can afford if they want to get all the way up to the top, tippity top of this tournament.
Outcast Ninjas, a team that typically, again, Gamma or Epsilon, they have this bid in Alpha Bracket. They're feeling good, and they're going to take some time off as the TOs move to seed Alpha and Beta brackets.
I believe we are going to be taking a break as well to wait for the seeds to come up, wait for the bracket, and then cool down a little bit, because there is still a lot of tournament left to play in Low Ink Day 2, February 2023. Thank you all so much for sticking with us. We'll be right back.
No Hello, friends, and welcome to the Low Ink Mid Show. I am Popgun, joined by the Magic 8 Ball and the Brushstrokes, and we have a little bit of time here. We got the stream matches ended a little bit too quickly, and there's some other matches that are slogging behind. So we're rather than just have you guys do nothing and listen to Splatoon music on the overlays for the rest of eternity, we figured we'd come on and we would just talk and entertain the idiots in chat. And if you guys think you're anything but idiots in chat, look at the things you've been typing for the past hour and 20 minutes and tell me you're not. But hey, here we are, and I don't have anything specific to talk about. So.
These are the idiots who made sure Magic was gonna get lunch today. So at least they're kind idiots.
Oh, that's true.
Yeah, true. They appreciate me. I can appreciate that. You know, it's a mutual respect kind of thing. Popgun, you should learn how to do it.
Well, no, I refuse. I refuse to do. Hey, speaking of which, I think most of the groups are already done. For some extent, I think it's just A and B is that we're ending up looking at here. So most of the C all the way down is done. B's got like one more match to go. Mm-hmm. So it looks like your alpha bracket's going to be Ola, Spectra, the Prowlers, Jelly Squids made it in. That's got to be the first time Jelly Squids has made alpha bracket. Photic Zone and Banana Basics. Those two being in the same group kind of sucks, but that's just how it rolls. What is so the Demonic Republic
of Sao Tome and Príncipe.
Is that a real thing? What is that?
No clue.
I'm gonna fact check. You guys keep going.
You fact check that. Outcast Ninjas, they won. You got it? Let's hear it.
No, I got the pronunciation.
Okay. It's an African island close to the equator, like off the coast of Equatorial Guinea.
Okay.
And Gabon. I don't know my Africa geography. I'm sorry.
Are you one of those people? Okay, so like, you know how everyone looks at the United States, like as a foreigner making a map of the United States and they're just scribbling everything as Ohio? Are you that? Would you be that same kind of fail if you did an African map?
My East Coast Africa geography is decent. My West is bad.
Okay.
I know that in the past I've done well, but like right now, if you ask me to do it, like maybe I get like I know where Niger, I know where Mali, I know like Djibouti, like you know I know all the classic ones.
Classics like Djibouti.
Classic. All right, we're gonna get ourselves in trouble here. The alpha teams from Group G, that's TFR Minus Risu. They threw out their group. Italian Ice escaped as well, and then Group H, it's June. And I believe Riley absolutely nailed the pronunciation of this team last time. I believe we just call him Waffle, actually. The triple fritter gombo waffle. I think we just call him Waffle. It could be wrong. If you Google that, it's I think it's like tempura shrimp or something like that. You just call him Team Shrimp.
We got more food.
Yeah.
We missed one.
It's a food from Splatoon 2. Oh, is it like one like a triple like experience point thing or something like that? Okay. So they just know more of the lore than we do.
Yeah.
Who plays this game for the lore, anyways? It's not definitely not us.
Like probably like half the community.
You know? Half the community, like 99% of the community that doesn't even know Low Ink is a thing.
Right, exactly.
Probably does.
You know, us in a like, minute bubble.
So as far as everyone that's moving on to alpha bracket so far, I feel like everyone that should be making it is. I mean, that's should is kind of subjective there. Lullaby, I think they made Alpha Bracket last time. And I don't really know much about the two teams in that Group G that they lost to that kept them out of Alpha Bracket, but so be it. They'll probably do pretty good coming up. Heaven's Reflection, they got second place in Minnow Cup. They're not going to make Alpha Bracket. They're falling down the beta. Everybody else, I mean, you could make that. I know you guys kept pointing out how Black Komodo didn't make Alpha or Top 32 outright. They're still like been a team that's always been,
of course,
contender not only to make Top 32 but to make Alpha Bracket. But they just kind of got bullied by Eminence Phantom and Orca Balestra over there.
Oh, right. Dang. Okay.
So they're missing out. And okay, so here's what's interesting about Group A. Everybody's tied across the board. 1 win, 1 loss.
So, really? The death?
Yeah. So so it's going to be whoever wins round 3 is moving on in both of those matches.
It looks like one of them has just come in. Team Biscuits 2-0 over Flying Octos.
Oh, really? Already?
Yeah, just came in on my end.
They just started. They're already done. They're done. Wow, bruh. Okay.
Is there a way, Inky, we could get into that other match or not? Like,
no, we don't want to. Because it takes like 6 years to get them into the lobby, and then they're like,
okay.
Lowing teams historically are just there's a reason why I don't have hair. I had a full head of hair before I was a lowing TO, and getting teams into a lobby usually is a bit of a headache.
Didn't I meet you before you started lowing?
Anyways, Group B is done. Orca Balestra. Actually, I need to be seeding this. So how we seed out of this group into Alpha and Beta, I actually have it down on a sheet of paper, like where you place in your group is where you should be seated specifically, and I got it down to exact science so that the like undefeated teams from day 1 wouldn't run into each other again until like semifinals. So there's a very specific way to do this. But it does require me actually paying attention here, so give me a second.
All right. Well, in that case.
In the meantime, yeah. Hit me. What you got for me? What you got, Magic?
Honest, I can't. I slept for like, I'm not low key. I slept for like 9, maybe 10 hours last night. Like, it's been I've had a week, dude. I've had a week.
It looks like Pearlescence 1-0 over Infinity Rain, but I'm in their chat, and there is some conversation about DC Hectic.
No! We can't be having that.
I don't know what's going on, but it looks like either Game 1 was a DC win, or they're replaying Game 2 right now. But some shenanigans going on behind the scenes.
I'm starting to question how this Group A is the one that is the last group to be finishing now. It's like, maybe that might play a role in that. These things tend to happen. Yeah, it's an international tournament. As anybody who's played Splatoon 3 knows, it is interesting at times, even when you're just playing in solo queue. Even when you have Ethernet hooked up, sometimes it just doesn't work. It's these things tend to happen, and it sucks, but we get through it, we move on. I don't think it's hindered. I'm trying to think back in the Splatoon 3 matches we've had, like in Alpha Bracket so far. I don't think like any internet issues have been like a deciding factor. There have been times in Splatoon 2 where a team straight up won because the other team's internet just couldn't hang on. But I feel like at least so far that hasn't been an issue. And I know there's going to be someone in chat that's like, $20 a year. Like, come on, it's $20 a year. Am I the only one who think that's not that bad?
No. But I mean, we have teams lose to DCs and we have teams lose to leaving. You're reminding me of the incident. I'm here with the distinguished guest, spectator of some purposeful DCing action. So that was
still incredible. I'm
tempted to say it's a mechanic. It's a feature.
Okay, that wasn't an internet issue though. That was a team That was, I believe they were from Germany, and the tournament was just going on too long, and I think they had to go to bed, and their parents forced them off.
You know what's crazy? That team, Red Sun, that came back and got their chance at low ink is now a sponsored team.
Yeah.
How about them apples?
They're the only team from the incident month that still happens. Now, first off, that was almost 2 years ago, which is weird to think about.
Yeah,
that's wild.
But yeah, it's just the fact that Red Sun still exists 2 years. Now, it's not the same players.
It's a lot of the same roster, though.
A lot of
Team Admir were both there way back in the day.
Yeah. Does Vertigo still play? I thought I saw them like soft retire.
I think they soft retired like this past month-ish.
Gotcha.
But even then, I don't know.
It's rushers like Nishi and I can't remember the last member. I need to look it up.
Tina was playing in that flow.
Tina!
Really? Wow.
But you realize Tina made like a heck of a hammer play in the middle of that grand finals and had to leave like halfway through the bracket reset because they had like to go to work or like had a date or something. I don't know. Like they just you just had people that were just like, who's on the roster that can still play right now? Yeah, I can. All right. We got 4 in the lobby. And both teams were like DCing overcross that whole set as well. So it's like, yeah, just crazy times.
It was the craziest times. It was the worst of times.
It was, in some instances, it was the worst of times. Yes.
I am an old person reminiscing. I don't think you understand. Tina, like I was on a team with Tina in 2019. Like that's how far back I go. Like, don't get me started. I could regale you with stories.
Lemon Tina from the day.
Why? It's insane to me what teams we see be able to push through and survive as long as they have, and the fact that Red Sun is now in Control Nation, like that is a crazy story, a crazy plotline, a team that is so cemented in our community and our lore as a competitive scene, not the Splatoon lore.
You know, it's fascinating. I kind of wish that the Wikipedia kept up with a lot of the teams from today, and I know that the Liquidpedia is starting to, had a good run for a little while with updating teams and everything and storing all that data. But I feel like there's such a gap, with like a lot of the Splatoon 2 like teams and lore and who was around and everything, especially from like those early days. Right, that we just don't have a lot of documentation of anymore. Like the STDX days, the Olive days, the Ghost days, and yes, like there's still remnants of that, and people remember it, but there's not a lot of documentation.
Well, part of the problem is half those teams were only a thing for like a handful of months, so it's like, is it even worth documenting this? And not just like low ink teams, but like high level teams as well.
No, I'm talking about before that. I'm talking about before that. I'm talking like the 2017, 2018, like early 2019 days.
I still feel like the impacts of those days, as short-lived as they might be in the grand scheme of the history of Splatoon, that the impact of those, I still feel like we still talk about Team Olive. We still talk about those teams, those days. Even though like I was not a player, I was not around back then, like I joined and those were the conversations people were talking about, even though they were already long gone by summer 2020. And so the remnants and the impacts that they have had on the scene as a whole, I think is worth documenting.
I don't know.
Yes, it definitely is worth documenting. But I mean, like you just talk about documenting in general. I kind of mentioned this earlier this week. With the incident appearing, the 2-year anniversary of the incident happening next month, how many people joined the scene within the past 2 years? Probably more than at any point in the competitive Splatoon scene's lifetime. And those people have no idea what the incident is, or they just heard about it. So like we know those things like that. Like we know Ghost Gaming. Yes, JPEG. Like, we know all that stuff, but you got to think the vast majority of people who joined the scene within the past year or so probably has no clue what any of that stuff is.
Yeah,
And
exactly.
To your point, there's no way for them to go back and find out any of that stuff.
And, like, I think that legitimately, if I could have like all the time in the world, like that's probably a project that I would go for.
Yes.
Is to, like, is to put together a documentary of, you know, the different eras of different happenings, like everything like that. Because the incident, for people who don't know, the incident is a team played in grand finals of Low Inc. Got 4 games in, and then all DC'd on the spot because they had to go to bed. And through magic and good sportsmanship, a team called Red Sun came back after losing in losers finals and went on to play a 13-game set in grand finals.
Yeah.
And that tournament went on for like 2 hours longer than it should have because of that. But it was incredible.
And it was amazing watching chat as a spectator, because like that was the first time I felt like in a Low Inc. and maybe even Splatoon tournaments in general, where fans were picking sides. There were chants being spammed in chat for both teams. Like it was what was it? Spam this thing for Twisted Time. Like
commit a crime for Twisted Time.
Commit a crime for Twisted Time. And Popgun remembers that because of course he does.
I forget Red Sun's one. I just remember Twisted Times because it was hilarious to me.
Oh god. But like moments like that deserve to be documented, right? And I legitimately would document those if I had like all the time and the technical knowledge in the world to make good documentaries. You know what I mean?
Sure.
Yeah, Inky, give us
Can they hear you, Inky, or is that just us? So our producer, Ink Fair, who has been producing Low Inks longer than all of us have been involved in it, I believe has the clip of the incident. So yeah, roll the clip there. That's that's one of my does it have the commentary though? That's my favorite part. Is just me and Magic being like, what the heck?
So we're gonna go back in time. You're gonna hear 2 familiar voices here, but we
want a much crappier mic for me at least.
March 2021?
2020.
2020.
No, it was.
Was it
21. It was 21.
Okay, March 2021. Take it away, Inky.
Shoving 3 members of Dragon's Wave into the same area and not letting them go.
Yeah, I would like to see that.
Wait,
what? I am so confused right now. What in the world?
what is he seeing together?
Oh, that's so fun. Wow.
That just happened. That was just a thing.
Yeah.
Like nobody was prepared for it. Nobody.
By the way, that's never gonna happen again. Like the next time like that scenario happens, we're ending stream, or we'll do what we did last time, in just like stream beta bracket.
Right.
Like the grand finals.
And it's also one of those things that since then, like I think Low Inc has grown in notoriety enough that players I feel like I can't imagine the conversation of Bomb saying, okay, it's time to go to time to go to bed, sweetie. But it's like I feel like we've reached a point where Low Inc is such a big deal that those players find a way through it.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, shoutouts to whoever's parents they were for creating. That was kind of like a global, well, not a global, but like a community-wide thing. Like everybody was talking about that.
Right.
I think Leotos was commentating the block leading up to that, and they tweeted it out too because they saw it live happen. So it's like it was just kind of going everywhere.
So what I'm hearing is that this is just a big sponsorship for the Popcast, a podcast run by our very own Mr. Popgun, where he talks about the history of Splatoon and the future and the community and all those things weekly.
Is that what this is?
I think that's what this became. I think
it has this whole tournament Are we like Nintendo now? Our
Speaking of
tournament's
ad
just turned
reads,
into
isn't
a
there another
commercial.
ad read we need to do?
Oh, there is.
Why don't you guys do that? Because I'm finishing up the seating real quick.
Hey, Magic, there's this really cool thing called Ludi Tonight. Do you want to tell me about it?
Ludi Tonight will be hosting 3 semi-final matches tonight at 7 p.m. Eastern, 4 p.m. Pacific, featuring Div 7 and Div 9 teams. Be sure to follow Splatoon Tourney on Twitch, since they will also be hosting all of the Division Finals matches next weekend. Shoutouts to Falco Flyer. It has been doing an amazing job, as well as fellow commentators Toma and Sapphira and Cactus. And I know all of those are in chat. I think Debbie has also been on there too. A lot of good people doing a ton of good work that has been very needed in the community for a long time to show off the biggest tournament of our scene. And it's a beautiful thing. So shout outs to them. Like, major props. Please go follow them.
Talk about the history of Splatoon, the history of Ludi, and the way the scene has interacted with it, and the existence of things like Splatoon Tourney, which now exist, basically just serve leagues under the ink. Like, that stuff as well, that I don't think I even have a full grasp on the history and the background of.
I mean, there is so much Ludi lore. There's I don't know if you guys know what Div 2 Easy Clap means. But goodness, that
honestly,
yeah.
I know that's a meme. Where did that originate from? Was that Ink
came
Alpha?
No, it was Saishin Chaitai, right? It was Disease Gang? No. Oh no, who was it? Oh
like
god,
Red
I
Gang?
forget.
No, not Red Gang.
No,
I remember Disease Gang was like SAC.
Y'all are making up team names right now. I don't know.
No, Disease Gang, like their IGNs were literally a bunch of different like diseases, and it was kind of
There were a bunch of teams back then, I think, that did stuff like that. That was always cute.
That was like SAC Season 0.
Wow.
Yeah.
We're remembering.
Pre-IPO.
Top 32 seems to be done. We have finished up.
It is?
We're going to be heading to Alpha Bracket very shortly. Please bear with us, folks. Thank you for listening to the midcast.
The midcast.
Ah! The low cast.
So good.
Alpha Bracket is soon! I promise.
Alpha Bracket's gonna be like right now, actually. Hold on. Biscuits 1.
We're gonna be having a great show for you all. If you thought the past three games were great, and if you thought the conversations that were had were fun, just wait until Popgun gets on the mic again.
I think we're having a return commentator from day 1 as well. Not to spoil any secrets.
Yeah. The
Yeah?
2 commentators I like commentating with are both not available for the second block. So we the opportunity knocks. For that,
Can I apologize for that, like, right now?
Sure.
I'm sorry.
I'm sorry.
I know you're.
What, do you have real life obligations?
I kind of do. I have to go to the
That's crazy.
Get lunch.
store.
You gotta go get some cosmic cherries.
Some cosmic cherries, some tenta shrimp.
Alright, just making sure that I did the seating right so nobody comes to the help desk and tells us that we're morons or subtweets us on Twitter. Jelly.
What do you mean? All publicity is good publicity, Popgun.
What match do you guys want streamed?
Ooh. Is the bracket made? Can I see it?
It's
Ooh, look
like
at that.
in its rough draft stage. It's not
primitive
live.
stages.
It'll go live in the next 2 seconds though.
Ooh,
So
I love this
seeded
overlay though.
correctly.
Shout out to JPEG doing
Yeah,
the
right?
overlay.
Pearl.
Starting the bracket.
Lucky Lou.
There we go. Wait, how did you even have that up? It wasn't even live. How did you find that? That's
Because
fair enough.
Battlefy sucks.
Bruh, well, it's not. Look, we're still who knows
wanna
how
put on
many
Jelly
months
Squids?
away from the transition over to the
You wanna see some
to our
elk?
Sindao Overlord.
I'm good for
Uh,
some Jelly Squids action, Magic.
Jelly Squids and TRF.
TFR.
TFR, go for it. All right, so coming up next on stream, let me catch them because they're already talking to each other. Coming up next on stream, Alpha Brackets. It's going to be TFR and versus the Jelly Squids, Magic and Brush. Take it away.
No.
Hello, friends, and welcome back to Low Ink Grand Finals. As I wait, not Grand Finals. Oh my gosh, Low Ink Alpha Bracket. We're not there yet. We got some time, but we got two teams just about ready to take their shot at it. Jelly Squids and TFR. Which Magic are we officially naming them Waffle?
What? No, that's a different team.
That's a different team. I think
it's a different team. Am I crazy?
No, it's
Am
totally,
I insane?
It's a totally different team. So it's just TFR without someone named Risu.
Correct. And Jelly Squids.
And
Jelly Squids. I know there's some Jelly Squids. Jelly Squids fans in chat. So we got a good match. Again, this is now single elimination. We're doing best of fives, I believe. Single elimination. Do or die. Go big, go home.
Oh yeah.
You get to have fun or not any fun at all. It's Low Ink, baby.
and we've moved to a counter pick format. So
that's right.
Rainmaker Undertow Spillway will be where we start here with these two teams. But after that, it's up to the players to say, we know what's going to help us win. We know what's going to hurt our opponents. And we're going to find a way to make sure that our game 2 is in our favor.
Let's see what they decide to do. That's not Rainmaker. That is Splat Zones and Sturgeon Shipyard. Is what is showing on the stream.
Let me fact check myself real quick.
Can we check our sources on that? Also, Popgun isn't here anymore. Get his tag off the screen. This is our show.
It's back to us. So, yeah, okay. Splat Zones Sturgeon Shipyard is what is on the Low Ink map list. So I'm just wrong. I don't know where I got that. Oh, is it wrong on Battlefy? Or I just made that up.
These are your Low Ink TOs, everybody.
No, I just made that up. So Splat Zone Sturgeon Shipyard, where we're heading next.
And if I know Jelly Squids, I think that they're really gonna like this, to be honest, right? Like they've got a lot of really not aggressive players, but definitely, in your face, like are gonna make things difficult kind of plays, and that does really well on this map.
Yeah, and I mean, a lot of the team players of Jelly Squids in particular, I know have been around for a very long time. And it's one of those things where you've seen Sturgeon Shipyard for like 5 years now, and you know everything there is to know about it. You have tried every strategy under the sun, and you're ready to counter any strategy that comes up against you. So, that said, I don't think Jelly Squids really has had an alpha bracket run in the past. So they're in some new territory themselves.
Right, and that a lot of people don't realize how much of this game is about your mentality, is about how everything is going on up here. If you're not focused on winning, on playing well, and on the match in front of you, if you're thinking like, oh, I hope we win this so we don't have to get the counter picks and everything, if you're thinking ahead, you're not thinking about how to win that game in that moment, and that is going to put you behind. So if they're getting shaken up because they're thinking about Alpha Bracket, they're thinking about the lights, the shining lights, the stream, that's a factor.
It totally is. And that was something that my team had spoken a lot about when we were first starting to get to tournament brackets where we'd be featured, is how do we overcome that and play just like it's an ordinary day. Because ultimately when the game starts, you don't feel the presence of a spectator beyond just your head. It's all mental, and it's something we haven't spoken a lot about today, Magic. But the mental game is 50% of the physical.
And because it's so mental, right? Like then all of a sudden your decision making, because 99% of the game is decision making anyways.
Right.
So we are getting started. Finally. Alpha Bracket of Low Ink Day 2 in February of 2023. We got some wipers, we got some splashes, we got a heavy.
Mark's signature. That heavy. I think they have played that since like middle days of Splatoon 2. So they are in comfortable territory here. As both teams enter on their respective right sides, it's going to be TFR taking the first, not even taking the first gap, but taking the first aggressive spot there. You see the wiper pushing bot left, trying to distract Mark, and it's working.
It is working, having to completely divert all of the attention, and that means that your backline is putting out 0 support, 0 paint. As Muddy falls off the map, that traditional Tetra dualies of the Jelly Squid, not going to be able to find anything. Angel goes down as well. This is looking a little dicey. Riley trying to make some moves. Muddy jumping in, doing the Tetra thing. Finally able to find a pick, and that's looking like it could swing momentum, but it's going to be a little bit more work to get there. Finally gets the second pick, and look at the specials online for Jelly Squids. That is how you play this game.
Oh, but Muddy missing their special, missing the Reef Slider. They're going to go down. They had the critical picks on that defensive there, finding one and then finding the assist on the second. But ultimately not able to stay alive as they go down, but Jelly Squid's able to find the cap. That's also that matters. And now they're the ones holding, locking out as a trade comes out. Diamond going down.
I love that trade, though, from Angelic. That's exactly how you need to be playing this. You need to be making sure that you're trading out your teammates and jumping away back into the map in a safer position when you're getting caught out. This is the experience that we see from this Jelly Squids team that is maybe going to make the difference. And even though we see TFR making some really clean plays, I think that this is what's going to put them above as Muddy gets another clean pick. And Angelic plays off of it. Insane.
You know, we talked about the brush earlier, Dobie playing that brush, but the same thing here happens with the Tetras. It is a rat. It gets in your face, it skirmishes, and it takes the distraction away. But it's still TFR able to persevere through, find their own picks, and now they're the ones ticking down the timer. 40 ticks remaining. They're in KO territory.
They are in KO territory if they don't get their stuff together quickly on the sides of Jelly Squids. Got the Reef Slider online. Could be a big deal. One of the splashes goes down as the Wiper decides to come in and it's two! A huge play, and the Reef Slider is not going to be able to find it. They need to go to zone now. I don't think they're in a good position to do so. Jelly Squids going to be taking the L on the first game. A little bit dicey. Not super confident, honestly, from the Jelly Squids.
You know, we talked about that one special. The Reef Slider was ready, and being able to find the flank with that Wiper, was it, and get behind, and the Reef Slider had to be wasted, and all of a sudden there was no shot getting back into the zone. Jelly Squids, I think, keeping their cool on the break back in, and maybe it's the Splat Zones effect, so we'll see what they counterpick here. But keeping your cool as you try to get back into mid, get back into an advantageous position, and they lose it and they're not able to hold on.
And everything is going to depend on those dualies, whether or not they can stay alive in those situations, because that's what they need to do. They need to stay alive long enough to make sure that the rest of their team can work around them. And if they go down a little too early, if they mess up a play, like the dualies are such a mechanics-heavy weapon that the slimmest of mistakes can make an even bigger impact than it normally would, right? So that's why running two of those dualies is honestly kind of a strange choice when you think about it. It's a very particular choice, but it's going to leave them in a bit of a bad position if they can't capitalize off of it. Going to be switching now to Rainmaker Undertow, a bit more confident in a less static mode.
Less static for sure, but more opportunity for those Rainmaker moments. And I know we have the checkpoint system now, right? Which kind of helps that from Splatoon 2, but you're in a position here where Jelly Squids can get a lead and feel it slip through their fingers. Something that, in a way, I felt happened on Splat Zones there. You know, Jelly Squids got the first cap and they were able to even have a second hold, but just a little bit overpowering from TFR. And not able to hold on. Jelly Squid's in a weird position here on their counter.
Right, exactly. They're really going to need to make space, right, and play around that mid pathway, the mid walkway, right, that raised platform in the middle that can separate the fights. If they are able to play around that correctly, especially with something like a heavy that's going to be able to put on good pressure from those high zones, those high ground areas, it's going to be pretty good. But they really need to make the most of it, and they kind of need to try and bait TFR forward, or else it's not going to work out super well.
So this is Jelly Squid's counter pick, which means that for Jelly Squids to take this set, they need to not only win on all of their counter picks, but they need to win on one of their opponents. At least one of their opponents. And it's a difficult spot to be in when you're coming from behind, and I think that was a lot of focus. I remember when Low Ink switched to a counter pick format, we talked a lot about that idea, right? The first win is really important. But ultimately, you know, I talked about it earlier today, the better team will take the W 99% of the time. And so Jelly Squids needs to sit here and say, we're playing Splatoon, the stream is on, who cares? It's time to prove that we know how to play this game, our map pick or not.
This is it. This is where the real boys come to play. The real gamers come to play. Not going to be switching up too much. NATO going to be going onto that brush, and Riley going to switch from the Tenatech to the Dualies, opting for a double crab composition on the side of TFR.
NATO running a brush. Don't be fooled, though. That is not a skirmisher weapon. This is more of a supportive slayer here, and you see them taking a position pretty far back for that reason. So the Tetra is going to be the distraction here, and it's the Octobrush coming in with the caster trying to find an opportunity, and they find one pick, looking for the second. Not going to happen, but they're going to be able to bounce back safely as the Rainmaker gets picked up. This first check looking to fall soon.
And that Zipcaster was so smart, right? Because you're trying to clear that right area so that we have safe passage towards this checkpoint, and then you bounce back immediately and can just help get to that 4-man push on this left side. They've already popped the Rainmaker. This is really, really good for the members of the Jelly Squids. TFR really trying to dance around, but not able to play against that Wavebreaker. Finally, Burst Zone comes through and is able to get the pick, but Muddy is working wonders up on this high ground. That's the main defensive spot, and if it's overrun by Pink, it means that the Jelly Squids are going to have an easy passage through, using that U-shaped grading to make it work. 25 already through. The slider blocking some projectiles and some paint, and that's going to be a 20 push for the Jelly Squids.
That is a good number to be on this map, and again, Angelic backed up here, taking the defensive position. They're going to get called out by Muddy, but they're going to be looking to cancel it, and that's the gameplay you need. But Angelic going down, stalled for their teammate to come in, but unable to hold on to mid. That's a huge advantage now for TFR, as they have 3 specials ready to go.
Looks like they're not going to be pushing immediately, though. They're going to try and get some picks, going to try and get some flanks, going to try and make something work with their space and let the Rainmaker reset, but that's just giving it right back to the hands of Jelly Squids after going 2 down. And look at this Wavebreaker position. Super nice for clearing out this block, this mid-pillar area. Mark going down, going to be a little unfortunate, but the scraps are going to go in the favor of the Jelly Squids. And Riley's going to need to defend this Rainmaker from a bit of a precarious position, trying to use this last-ditch crab to maybe make something happen with the help of Ansh. As the members of Jelly Squids can be able to deal with it, it doesn't look like it. That play might have actually saved this push from getting too bad.
The crab just barely enough to let their teammates respawn and find Ansh a way in, but Ansh now going down. That leaves a 4v2 on the map. It is Mark with the Rainmaker there, once again finding an opportunity in. Another last-ditch grab, finds one pick and gives time for respawns. There goes Mark with the Rainmaker finally. Now it's Gay with that machine pushing up in the opponent's bubble. And a good defensive play there from TFR.
Indeed, like that could have been such a really precarious situation where it could have been another like minute or so bled off the clock, but now they've got control of mid for the most part, and they've got a good opportunity to make some things happen, especially with this 2-down situation. Mark gonna have to back up on this right side. The Rainmaker getting reset finally, and it's looking like the slow snowball is finally starting to go in the favor of TFR as Mark gets caught out by the pedestal, dancing around, not gonna happen. It goes immediately to the checkpoint, and Buddy's gonna have a little bit of an opportunity. There's only one left alive. Brush, is this gonna be a turnaround?
There's the crab, not able to find a pick, and now all of Jelly Squids is on the respawn, taking the top of you call it up, the Buddha's gonna come out, not able to find the lead, stuck at 21. It's just Gay alive with the machine. They're not gonna be able to pop this thing, and it's gonna be Jelly Squids grabbing the Rainmaker, holding onto this defense and rotating it back around the left side. In the time it took you, Magic, to pass it over to me, the push somehow ended. It was insane. TFR, skin of their teeth, isn't able to find the lead.
I cannot believe NATO there. I legitimately can't believe that he knew that was going to work. Fighting all the way through the booyah that definitely should have cleared the way completely, and shooting, getting them to the 1-point meme for the Jelly Squids to save it. I'm floored by that play, by the knowledge that Brush had to make that play. And now they're going to be shoving this Rainmaker all the way into the side of a TFR to make sure they can't get a quick push off, and they've got the time to respawn, reset, and make this last stand.
The timer may be 21-20, but that does not mean TFR has an easy path ahead of them. They have 42 seconds left in this game, and possibly in overtime if they don't get splatted here, and they need to start to move. That starts with specials, that starts with picks. There's the first pick, though. Going down is the junior for Jelly Squids, as Gay, with the Rainmaker, able to push up. Without their machine, though, they don't have the ledge pressure that they need for this push, and it's going to be NATO on the backside applying pressure, allowing Muddy in on the front to find a pick. 3v2 now as 18 seconds remain.
Oh, goodness. This is it, right? Riley coming in from the other side. That's really important. Angelica's not going to have the bomb pressure in the bubble to save them from those really close plays. They're already moving forward. They're trying to get around. Not going to happen. NATO again with the stop. They're not going to have the pressure. They're not going to have the DPS to pop that. That's going to be Jelly Squids taking the game, turning it around in their counter pick by the skin of their teeth.
Yeah, I mean, what a great knowledge of counterpick, knowledge of weapon choice. NATO is the one who switched to that Octobrush, and they're the one we called out twice there, saving the game for Jelly Squids, keeping their lead both times, taking a freaking Booyah Bomb to do it. Jelly Squids 1-1 in this set. They are your alpha bracket team. This is their first time here, or at least one of them, and they are proving they know how to play it.
Impressive. Very, very impressive. And we're going to be seeing... I don't know why Gay's not in the lobby, but we're going to be seeing them try and decide on a counter pick real quick. Maybe they go back to something a little more akin to zones, like a clan blitz, right? Like, that's got to be going through their minds, but they're not too discouraged, I don't think, right? They're not too discouraged. They know they can give up as many of the Jelly Squids counter picks as they need, as long as they get their own, as long as they are confident on their own. But I remember seeing somebody in chat say that TFR had not lost a single game on Rainmaker Undertow until right this minute. And that's going to do something to the mental.
That not only does something to the mental, that is a ballsy counter pick. If you're Jelly Squids, looking Goliath in the eyes and saying, we can take you. That is quite the fight for this 10th seed team. And they proved they know how to make it work. Fearless leader Diamond of Jelly Squids subbing out. It looks like as this counter pick, we wait for it to come in.
I don't know. I don't know. It seems like they're kind of sticking with this core of Angelic, Mark, and Muddy, and swapping out as they see fit, right? And that's an interesting decision, right? It's really tough when you have like a 5-man, 6-man roster. It's very hard to decide exactly who's going to play on what. It becomes super hard to practice all of those compositions. But if they can do it, and if they put in the time, it works.
Right. Okay, Hagglefish Tower Control is going to be where we're heading next. A pick from TFR. The set tied now 1-1. Jelly Squids got some serious momentum here, Magic. After that W, it was a risky defense, but a win's a win, and you feel that if you're Jelly Squids.
Listen, a win is a win. I don't care what y'all say. This is everything that they need, because like we said, they are the more experienced team. Like, knowing that to go for that play on the brush, it comes from so much experience and mental pattern recognition of saying, oh, they don't have enough time to push, I can stop them even with this booyah. Like, that takes a lot of time and play time to make sure that they have that, to know to go for that play. And I think that's going to be the difference in the set.
So Jelly Squids, we've talked about earlier, a team that knows these old Splatoon 2 maps like the back of their hand. I think it makes sense then that TFR is going to move to a Splatoon 3 map, and I think a very different one from a lot of Splatoon 2 maps. Tower Control Hagglefish Market has a lot to do with those tents, the left side and the right side.
It does, and it's going to have a lot to do with how people play around those flanking areas, right? Those low ground spots that can kind of swing the match back and forth, but if a backline is watching it, you have to get shoveled through the mid area if you want to make a move, and by the time that happens, if you already get stopped on your flank, it's probably too late. It's a very, very precarious map that can turn around in an instant, but because of that, it's also very easy to all of a sudden lose your footing.
Absolutely. We're going to get going here in a second as we wait Jelly Squids, I think, to catch their breath, let their heart rates go back down and ready up here. It's a comp they've already played, Diamond, Angelic, Mark, and Muddy, as they ready up here. I'm curious to see, you talked about those low grounds on the low ground flanks. That's where a slosher and machine can really, really have some fun. We're gonna have to see. I don't think we've seen one yet in this set though. We saw it from Riley, but they're on a T-Tech now. Gay is on the machine.
Hydra Splatling. Okay, that's right. Mark from Jelly Squids on the Hydra. I've played against this before in some opens and in some league matches, right? Gonna have to do, again, like you said, a lot with this tent area. Can the members of TFR take this Hydra down from its powerful turret position? And if they can, then it works. If they can't, then it's all for nothing. As these torpedoes come out to try and deter this Hydra, not gonna be enough.
It's going to be bomb spam from TFR that keeps Mark back. And we see, I think, the seed being planted as an idea as Anj misses their hammer throw theme from today. But that's what you're going to have to do. You're only going to be able to get rid of that Hydra, get rid of Mark if you have the bomb pressure. And that means that Anj has to move around the side here like they're doing. Unable to find a pick, though, as they continue to apply pressure.
Diamond's going to stick on these Squelchies, which didn't work too well in the first game, but seems to be working out this time. Going to be able to take down that Wiper, going to be moving around on that canopy, trying to find some space and to collapse on this back area in the low ground. The trip strikes from Muddy doing a wonderful job at completely sealing off any escape routes, as well as clamping them between the wave breaker. Very good positional play from the Jelly Squids. Gonna have to see how TFR bounces back, because they can and they probably will if Anj can just make a couple more moves. Not gonna go down though. The bomb spam, though, like you said, is going to be key to taking down Mark.
Mark going down. That leaves a 3v3 situation as Angelic is able to pick up Gay on that machine. Now another goes down in favor of Jelly Squids as they enter a 4v3 scenario on respawn. The crab tank is out, but lead has already passed. And we're a minute 40 into this match. We haven't dropped the halfway point of this first checkpoint. This is one of those games that might be the winning score. 66 can decide a match sometime, and this could be one of those games.
I don't know. Looks like Jelly Squids is finally cooking something up. They've seen all the food in the bracket, and they're hungry. They want this alpha bracket win. They want to make a deep run in their second alpha bracket showing. They've got the bubbles. They've got the plays. They've got a lot of time to work with because of those trip strikes and booyahs that they sent out. It could, and it does, lead past the checkpoint, but is it going to lead to any more?
Jelly Squids goes one down, and they all back up, and that is the winning play. They're going to lose another, but Mark's survival here, as opposed to dying or jumping out, finds 2 picks in mid, and now Jelly Squids is in the advantageous seat again. They're pushing forward. They're hopping on tower. They have the specials. They're the advantage team right now.
Mark just being a dominant player in this situation. Deciding to look towards the sky is looking like Splatoon 1 in this house. Gonna be throwing that booyah over towards to try and get a pick, and they does find the pick on the crab and picking out Riley. It forces them to jump away. Gonna be dancing behind the tower this time, but they're gonna slip past that checkpoint and hopefully get some more points to their lead. No, it's gonna get taken down. Gaze on this machine using that ledge to their advantage. Not gonna be enough though. They're scrapping so much, but I feel like TFR just has not found solid ground.
We're approaching the 90-second mark in this game, and that's where decisions start to become frantic. That's where you start to feel the time pressure, and it's going to be this middle game that will decide it. If Jelly Squids can hold on here as specials start coming out, they pretty much have this in the bag. But Mark getting called out by the triple ink strike, able to find a pick and the Booyah Bomb to throw towards tower. Not quite going to get it, but able to shred Gay's Booyah there a little bit. They're going to be able to get it off in a 3v3 situation as tower now moves at this first checkpoint. Gay doing everything in their power to find a pick, going down. That's Jelly Squids on the defensive. A strong play.
Jelly Squids is on the defensive. This is so important for TFR. They need to take advantage of this right now, and Andrew's going to try and make a move. Is going to open up for the trip strikes, right? That's going to be a lot of paint down. That's going to move everybody of Jelly Squids back and try and separate them, but I don't think it's going to be enough. There are 2 members down. Make it 3. It's just Riley sitting in mid, and there's 50 seconds left, and they really need to come up huge and maintain this mid presence. They've got the jumps, but is it going to stay alive? It is barely. Riley versus Muddy. It's going to go towards Jelly Squids. The T-Tex fight, but it's going to leave one player up and not another. The trip strikes come out perfectly placed. Anch is in the backfield. It's not going to be anything. Gonna be able to move forward as Jelly Squids, but the crab might just stop their fun.
Rush, this is going to be a crazy final finish.
15 seconds just about remaining, and special advantages in the favor of Jelly Squids. That GG Booyah can do a ton, but Gay goes down. 10 seconds left. There goes Mark with the Booyah Bomb. Just the bubble alive for Jelly Squids in terms of specials, and they're going to pop it now. 5 seconds left. The tower marching towards his last checkpoint. It is only Mark and Muddy for Jelly Squids as the checkpoint starts to fall. There go the
about some mental game.
The pick is found. Riley, though, on the tower to clean it up, and they get through. There is your lead. TFR in overtime takes game 3.
We talk about the mental game because it is everything. Are you willing to go all the way to the last 20 seconds and say, we can still win this and pull it off? Execute on your plans and not get frazzled by the intense situation, and TFR did so on their counter pick. Barely.
And it's one of those things. I know it's our job in the commentary booth here to try to say this is what the players are feeling and this is what they're doing, but like there are so many variables here when we talk about mental game. What kind of person are you? What was your tournament yesterday? Did you sleep well? Have you eaten? And all of a sudden, Jelly Squids, they're feeling that pressure, and a game they thought they were confidently winning on a counterpick that wasn't even theirs, a ticket towards a win. It slips through, and TFR says, no, we still got it. The game isn't over till it's over.
This game is never over until it's over, unfortunately. But also fortunately. Like, right? Like, that's why we watch. That's why we have to keep our eyes on the screen. It's why it's so gripping, right? Splatoon has always never failed to pull me in. Never. Because each match can play out in beautiful ways every time. And I mean it when I say that Splatoon is a beautiful game.
Yeah. No roster swap here from Jelly Squids as we move to Game 4, Splatzone's Wahoo World. To win this set, Jelly Squid's gonna need to take the next 2. And once again, Magic, they pick a Splatoon 2 map mode classic.
Very much classic. I'm floored that they're going with back to zones. Right? Like, they lost on zones. They lost on a Splatoon 2 zones map. That was Sturgeon Shipyard in the first game. They're so confident that they have the momentum back now that they're going back to zones. I applaud them. I think that can get inside of your enemy's head so easily, but they don't have the momentum this time. They don't. Right. They desperately need it, right? And I think that's what this is trying to do. They're trying to get it back. We'll see if it pays off.
It feels to me like you had a bad day at work and you come home and you make some comfort food, right? It feels like you made some pasta with butter because Mark here is in their hometown. With any Splatling weapon, you feel good. And even now that Hydra has a Booyah Bomb, you're feeling good. You're feeling calm. You're feeling collected. And that's what you need to be when you're going into Game 4. You've got to win 2 here. You're in a best-of-3 set and you're down a point.
Cool, calm, collected, everybody. That is the 3 C's of a winning championship mentality. Let's see if they can hold on to it. No comp switches. On either side, it looks like.
Double splash from TFR.
Actually, yeah, no machine. Interesting.
It's the crabs. They're trying to hope it'll work, but against a bubble and a wave breaker, it can be a little bit risky. I know the crab shreds that bubble, but you pop it at a good time and you're fine. But Gay with a very fast crab, and that's gonna fight 2-pick super early on. The cap is in favor of TFR. They're holding forward. It's just the junior alive.
No.
This can be the lockout that ends it all.
That was so quick and clean from TFR too, right? And if you're on the side of Jelly Squids, you're fighting for your life right now. But if you're on the side of TFR, you're thinking, yes, I believe that we can do this. I know that we can do this. I know that we can lock away Mark and prevent that Splatling from getting anywhere close to this game, to this set, to preventing us from going all the way in alpha bracket. And they've got 40 ticks left. Can the Jelly Squids come back, though? Can they find their pudding? Can they find anything? It doesn't look like it. These crabs are so dominant.
Yeah, what happens when you're struggling with a turret? Let's just put 2 of them on the map. It's double crab and it's working, and Mark can't find a way in. It's just Angelic in the zone. They find a neutral somehow. The junior paint power. Diamond coming in to try to help out, but the cap goes back in favor of TFR as Angelic tries to find more ink. The cap is neutral, but we're only a minute 20 into this game, and Jelly Squids cross the cap. They find it, and they survive. They have 70 ticks left. They're feeling the pressure, but at least they can live.
You can't crab in that situation if you're TFR. I don't care if it's a busted special. I don't care if it's gonna win you the fight. You do not crab. You paint the zone. Come on. Jelly Squids is back in this match now. They've got an opportunity. They've got the momentum. That's such a big swing, and they get the picks off of it. Muddy's going wild right now. They've got everything.
Muddy's pick is changing the way this game feels. That pick puts paint down on Plat. That pick says, no, this is our territory. You're not taking our ledge from us. And that leaves them in a great spot to move forward. Though, going one down, it's going to be Ansh, who's able to find an opportunistic position here with that crab. And the cap is going to go in their favor as 10 ticks remain. 2 going down there to an ink strike. No! Cap the zone. TFR takes the set 3-1. They're moving on. Holy.
Can you feel that? Can everybody feel that real quick? Because that is electricity right there. They went and shocked everyone. You could tell they were playing with a spark from the second they got onto that field, from the second they got that first crab, and they were ready to completely short circuit the Jelly Squids in their ink tank as soon as they found that opportunity. It didn't matter that they got taken down. It didn't matter that they lost that cap at the last second. They knew that they were playing with lightning.
We're in round 1 of Alpha Bracket Magic. This is Low Ink at its finest. This is a team, Jelly Squids, even in a 3-1 loss, and you feel that pain and you're going home at single elimination, but you know you fought, you played hard, you know what to study, you know what you need to do, and you know how to move forward. Jelly Squids is a resilient team. We will see them next month.
This is Low Ink. This is Low Ink. We have 2 amazing commentators waiting for you in the booth as we are going to get into the last 3 rounds of Low Ink of February 2023. Brush, do you have anything left to say?
Yeah, you can find me planning, I think, a second very, very important Splatoon chess invitational.
Ayo!
With another Twitter boom from chess.com, not sponsored. So you can find that on Twitter at brushstrokes SPL Magic. What you got for me?
I don't have much. I'm on Twitter. I don't post to TikTok much anymore. I don't stream, but I definitely am a man with a lot of thoughts. And if you'd like hearing those thoughts, go follow me at magic_octo on Twitter, and you will see all of what I am cooking. We've got a big Splatoon land at LTC going on May 13th, 14th in Texas. If you're around, please show up. We'd love to have you. That's going to be it from us.
Yeah, thank you all for coming out, and don't go anywhere. We'll be right back. 2 new commentators coming up.
Hello, friends, and welcome back to Low Ink February 2023. I am Popgun, joined by Saf, and we got a doozy of a set for you guys coming up here. It is the Prowlers taking on Photic Zone. Saf, do you know what the term Photic Zone means?
I believe it has something to do with the sun, I would imagine, and taking in nutrients from the sun. Yes. I'm definitely a light shining down on Photic Zone today as we go into this second round of Alpha Bracket for sure, Popgun.
Okay, when you boil it down like that, everything on this planet comes down to absorbing something from the sun. Without that, none of us exist. The Photic Zone, I believe, is the highest level of water where sunlight penetrates enough to create photosynthesis. And that's just loosely put together due to Google. Now, Photic Zone needs no introduction. If they do, we're going to give you one anyways. They finished third place last month, getting knocked out by To Be Determined, which was a team that was roughly unknown at the time. However, Photic Zone was able to take them to a Game 5 in Alpha Bracket semifinals. Now they're going up against pretty much a similar situation. Prowlers is also a newer-ish team, much like To Be Determined was last month. Coming out here, they've been undefeated per game so far, just like To Be Determined was, or per matches, as you say. They haven't been undefeated per games. They lost a couple of games yesterday. They lost Benthic Brigade, took a game off of them in the group stage. Jelly Squids took a game off of them in the group stage, and they just came off a 1-3 win over Italian Ice. So it hasn't been easy for Prowlers. They're definitely the less experienced team, but this could potentially be a actual grand finals matchup here in Alpha quarterfinals.
Yeah, I'm definitely really curious to see what Photic Zone is going to be bringing to the table here, and especially, like you said, getting third last month in January. They are definitely coming out here strong, coming in strong, and they're not going to go down without a fight.
And if you are really a stick player playing a Splash-O-Matic, I've already got the sense that Photic Zone is going to take the L here. But it doesn't really matter. You got two Splash-O-Matics. Well, one of the stick player instantly getting erased. Well, we barely knew you. Maybe you had motion on. You might be able to dodge that blast as the Prowlers come out strong at the beginning.
Yeah, Prowlers right away just kind of getting into that zone, getting the crab into the zone as well, having a lot of ink coverage going down here, but you can see Taco is going to try to respond with a crab of their own with the follow-up from the Tri-Strike as well. And now we have Photic Zone getting their mark, getting their footing on this zone here with the 90 seconds.
Oh gosh, X-player Zyrum, I believe is how that one is pronounced. Says right now, looks like Photic Zone able to reestablish control in mid until stick player ran into a triple ink strike, eating all three of those ink strikes, it looks like, as things have finally bounced back into the control of Prowler. So we do got some Charger versus Charger action going on here. Toasty, pretty famous for using the non-E-leader, but just the splatter scope with that ink vac. You don't see a lot of ink vacs there, but if Toasty can get in front of the action, especially when that machine has a Booyah Bomb getting thrown like we do see right to the right there, they might be able to find a way to get control of space and start sucking up some of the specials being thrown at them. But it's not going to work when the rest of your teammates are going down. This vacuum trying to support this crab, but those are the only two players left alive. As you see the rest of the Prowlers starting to collapse in... Question mark, or maybe they're just going to let them sit there. Okay.
I love seeing that coordination between the ink vacuum and the crab. You could see that Prowlers were trying to kind of get some ink coverage down on that crab and try to break it as quickly as possible, but that ink vacuum just denying every shot possible that could be done. But now with the Prowlers taking in the lead with 19 seconds left on their counter, you can see Toasty trying to get a good setup here on this left stack. And unfortunately, not quite getting the picks that they were looking for now with a 2 versus 2 situation going down and 5 seconds left on the counter. It looks like Prowlers are going to just kind of walk into the victory stage of this game 1.
That Booyah Bomb forced Toasty to use their vacuum in a situation to where they should not have used their vacuum at all. I don't think that would have changed the outcome of the game if they were able to just kind of paint the zone. It was a 2v2 situation, but regardless, when we're in this stage of the tournament, it's single elimination. and you get pressured a little bit, you might get pressured into making a play that's not going to help you win. And the Prowlers come out strong in game 1, and they take the W. Now, this is counter picks, because you guys love counter picks. And if you don't, well, you're gonna watch this anyway, so we don't really care. If you're Photic Zone, you got to start thinking about what do we do differently than the opponent that's going to give us the advantage here. It looks like they're going to go Rainmaker at Undertow Spillway, maybe hoping that player doesn't bring out Machine on the other side this time around.
Yeah, and I'm curious to know if, especially if we're going to keep both chargers on each side coming into Rainmaker Spillway as well. Definitely a lot of good positioning to be had here, especially for like an E-leader player. A lot of range to be had, a lot of little high points, high ground that can be taken and utilized very well. And especially with last game too, Prowlers really came out super aggressive right at the beginning, even though Photic Zone was able to get that timer down pretty substantially and to also kind of match their aggression at one point. Prowlers still were able to get utilize kind of a soft wipe and were able to take that game relatively uncontested. And so I'm curious to know kind of what sort of aggression that they are going to want to bring into this Rainmaker match.
Well, just the opening from Prowlers was a little bit better. The charger player, the E-leader, knew exactly where to look for somebody to drop on that left side, and they were instantly able to get the splat on stick player. So maybe just if Photic Zone's a little bit slower on their opening, maybe less predictable, because the E-leader player I talked about might be less experienced with tournaments. They obviously know what they're doing or what to expect from the opponent, even if they haven't seen the opponent before. So it just comes down to how is this opening going to be different as my body starts to explode from breakfast this morning. As we come into game 2.
Oh my gosh, and we're going to actually see the double machine composition coming out for the side of Prowlers here. That double Booyah composition is going to be quite interesting and pretty aggressive as well, especially when you have the follow-up from the Tri-Strike coming from Numa as well. But we still see that there is a double crab to be had on the side of Photic Zone, so there's definitely going to be a lot of pressure happening for Photic Zone and a lot of maybe follow up with 2 different crabs, and if they're able to really utilize the crabs together and kind of tit for tat them together while always having crab on the field, you can see that they're kind of just holding on to their specials and keeping them online for the right moment. I'm curious to see how this double splash versus double machine is going to work out.
Yeah, that's why I was kind of curious why they picked this map in particular. Obviously, this is a map they feel very comfortable on, them being Photic Zone, but they already knew the opponent was going to use at least one machine. Obviously, machines are good on every single map, but on an arcing map like this, it works out really well. So opting to go with the double machine. Right now, Photic Zone, there's nowhere really for them to go, and this map's turning yellow pretty quickly, but Prowlers don't seem that interested in picking up the Rainmaker. I mean, Photic Zone's basically daring them to do so right now. Look how far back their Slayer is here. What is going on? Are they playing Turf War? Somebody pick up that Rainmaker.
Yeah, it looks
like
we're...
What are you doing?
Maybe
Look how yellow that is. What are you waiting for?
Maybe thinking about some kind of thing that they can get cooking, or maybe thinking about what kind of picks that they could go for here. It looks like Sentinel was thinking about going to that left side, but the Booyah Bomb kind of able to ink a really solid pathway for them to the right, allowing Prowlers to get the dunk right off the bat. But now with Photic Zone in a 2-down situation, Prowlers are still going to just kind of hold on to that Rainmaker real quick and wait for the members of Photic Zone to come back in.
The inexperience of the Prowlers, the lack of tournament experience kind of showed right there. I think they forgot what mode they were playing, trying to get a knockout with Splat Zone, where they were, oh, right, we got to grab this fish and get going here. They clear the first checkpoint, but now this is where Photic Zone has to be more aggressive. They're waiting very patiently for their opponent to make a mistake, but it seems like the mechanical skill for Prowlers is pretty high because they're not really making any mistakes. Somehow they took care of Toasty on the back end, and they're slowly just picking off players left and right. There's nowhere for Photic Zone to go. They've barely even sniffed mid in the first half of the game. Finally, Pigment able to drop down a bubbler, but there's somebody right behind them able to get the splat again. There's nothing Photic Zone can go where.
Yeah, and it seems like Photic Zone is trying to play this pretty carefully. Like, as you said, you could see that Pigment was able to kind of push up a little bit, but as soon as they put their foot onto that that middle like catwalk, they were immediately taken out by one of the members of Prowlers here, and Prowlers is playing a good defense game because they know that Photic Zone has to come to them if they want to get any points on this board, and especially with 2 minutes left in the game, it can still be anybody's game at this point, but Prowlers is making it so difficult for Photic Zone to really find their footing here.
What is going on? Okay, that's the second time any team has picked up the Rainmaker, period. And we're 3 minutes into the game. Toasty working around this left side instantly. Look how quickly everybody from Prowlers collapsed on top of that. That's the moment they were waiting for. They're just kind of daring Photic Zone to pick up the Rainmaker and do something with it. They're not making mistakes. And Photic Zone just tried to have to force something there because they're like, it's been 3 minutes. We got to do something. But look how yellow this map is. And still, okay, we're just going to let it sit there. All right, fair enough. Fine. It's fine. They're not even going to pop it. Are they going to play a minute of defense?
Wouldn't blame them if they did, Popgun. I mean, Prowlers are kind of showing clearly that they're pretty comfortable right now with doing so. Photic Zone having so much trouble trying to get out of here, and which is so interesting to me, especially with them having the double splash on their side. It seems like the ink output is definitely on their side with this matchup, but I mean, with having two machines and the two Booyah Bombs to not only provide coverage and also displace people quite a bit, it seems like Photic Zone is definitely going to be struggling here with like the last 30 seconds of the game, and as we just saw, 3 members going down as soon as they put their feet into mid.
I'm perplexed at what both teams are doing here. Prowlers are saying clearing the checkpoint was all we needed. They're not. Okay, so now you got 20 seconds left. You might as well just kind of turtle up and let it go all the way down. Build up some specials. You see them going back and building up some even more specials here. And finally, Photic Zone's able to get mid, but they're burning so many specials just to get to mid. They don't have any splats. The one player who had a special ready to go picks up the Rainmaker, but it's just a question of, can somebody push up and start getting some splats? You see players going off on left and the right side of the map, trying to do some clears. Taco on the right side. It looks like nobody's actually on the left. Taco ultimately going down on the right. So now the pressure's coming in from the left. The machine, and Toshi's just forced to rush to the right into the waiting arms of Prowlers. And I cannot believe what I just saw. That was the ugliest game of Rainmaker I've ever seen in my life.
Brutally honest today.
I'm sorry, but 5 minutes and some change, and we had the Rainmaker grab 3 total times, and only once by the winning team, who just cleared the checkpoint and called it a day.
You could tell Toasty right at the end into overtime there was really trying to look left and right. Where is the most optimal pathway for me to go? And you could see that maybe the members of Photic Zone are really trying to get an opening for them and to try to get some ink coverage down. But again, I mean, Prowlers were sitting so comfortable there and being like, regardless of us breaking that first checkpoint, you guys still have to come to us and come into our base. And it was just a struggle the entire time for Photic Zone to even like break out into mid or to like make a proper play and push together.
Oh my gosh. And they're picking Clam Blitz at Scorch Gorge. Okay, I was thinking at this point, why not try to convince me and JPEG to pick Turf War so that at least by firing the gun, you are focusing the objective to be moved in some form or fashion. All right, so Photic Zone, they're 1 point or 1 match away from being eliminated here. Prowlers trying to get the 3-0 sweep. And you got to start thinking, okay, was that just them being passive? Because they had no lead at all. 1 checkpoint at that map is not a lead to feel comfortable with turtling up, unless they just felt that confident of playing 4.5 minutes of defense. How is that going to translate into the second game? Because Photic Zone was trying things. They were trying to crack that shell that Prowlers had. They just couldn't find a way to break through. They popped a lot of specials at times just to try to push them back, but they could never really get those splats they needed at the right time. So the question is that passive gameplay we saw from Prowlers going to transition into Game 3, or are they going to keep up the aggression that they showed in Game 1?
You know, I'm wondering that as well, and especially because you could see that in that last game that Photic Zone was getting a little worried there, and especially right when Toasty was able to get that Ink Vacuum online, that they just were the only one that was available to pick up that Rainmaker, and then all the specials that were being burnt by their teammates, so there was no specials online by the time Toasty picked up that Rainmaker. So just feeling a little discombobulated, it seems, by the Prowlers. But it looks like Toasty's actually going to switch it up here a little bit, and we're going to see the Explo coming out, and there's a try strike coming out onto this map.
Yes, triple, no crab. Oh wait, no, Stick player still doubling down with that splashing only to crab. So yeah, the X-Splash from Toasty's going to give him a little bit more paint to work with here in mid. X-Splash a very good pick for this map in general, just because you can start arching things over that mid area and still keep yourself safe. A gal coming out from the side of the Prowlers, so dropping the double machine instead, and not using the E-leader either. But right now, Photic Zone finally has what I believe is their first man advantage this set, and as soon as I say that, some bombs get thrown right in their face. But to Photic Zone's credit, they do at least have control of mid, which is something they never really had in the last game.
And it looks like here, especially with the clam economy coming out, Photic Zone definitely has the clams in their pockets to try to get an effective push. So all they really need is to get a few members of Prowlers down in order to kind of give themselves a smooth sail up to that basket. And you can see Toasty getting a pretty close range pick there, especially using the Explosion, which is really difficult to do. The closer you get, the smaller that hitbox becomes for you. And so I'm hoping that they're able to get the picks that they want to try to take advantage, especially getting close to this basket, having Tri-Strike come out to try to paint that pathway there, and the rain as support. And now we're going to see finally Photic Zone coming out into this map and getting that initial pop, but not with much follow-up.
And look how quickly the Prowlers are responding right now. They've been turtling up for basically the last 6 minutes of gameplay, and now they have to come forward a little bit, and they recognize they have the opportunity to capture mid. Look how quickly it turned blue, and look how many clams they built up as well. So they're in a great position right here to try to break through and get the win on this one singular push. If they can get some more splats, they might just be able to find a way to do it. Throw in a lot of specials early, though. The player who's going to throw the clam gets splatted. They will find a way to get lead, but you don't want to sacrifice too many resources to do it, because now Photic Zone's going to get them right back. They forced them away to Ink Strike. Is that Splash player going to get the machine? They do. So things are going back and forth very quickly. Both teams who were playing passive in the last game, all of that is gone, and we're just got some... Photic Zone not being that aggressive, though. A couple players going back to gather some clams when they should be gathering some space.
Yeah, I was wondering there. It looked like Toasty kind of backed up and picked up that pity clam. It looked like they were maybe thinking that this was some momentum that they could have to try to break back into that basket of Prowlers, but unfortunately, with one member going down too, like right as Toasty was able to break into mid, it kind of stunted that push right then and there. But now you have a 3 versus 2 situation with 2 members down on the side of Prowlers now. Toasty clutching really tightly to that pity clam, trying to look for an opening here. But you can see maybe that there's a couple of members on the side of Photic Zone able to make a follow-up, and especially now being able to make that second clam in their possession. They have quite a bit of clam economy here, Popgun. There's 0 clams to be had on the side of the Prowlers right now. But again, it just comes down to the defensive game for them for a little bit less than 2 minutes left.
I don't even know what we're looking at right here. There's so many different specials exploding all at once. Pigment not able to follow up with the clam that got popped. Oh, Stick player being a little cheeky here. Are they? They are not. They are not. I like the effort, though. I like the attempt. But again, just the defense coming out from Prowlers is really difficult for Photic Zone to break through. Still, if they can find a way to pop the basket, they'll instantly tie the game, and this guy can throw in one more and they'll have the lead. The question, though, for Prowlers is, are they going to turtle up like they did last game? It looks like they're being aggressive here. That's the correct way to play. You don't want to just try to hope the other team doesn't make the play. You want to be the more aggressive one, and that's exactly what Zyram is doing right here, getting a double, probably going to get a triple as well, thanks to the Booyah Bomb, and the aggression is getting dialed up a lot here by the Prowlers. They are threatening to get the KO, although they're losing a couple of players in this push, leaving a little bit of a door open for Photic Zone.
Yeah, but 24 is a really decent lead. They were able to get in there, and just that beautiful play by Zyrum getting in that close and using that, not only kind of doing a little bit of a dance around that ink wall to try to keep themselves alive and getting the double pick, but also that Booyah Bomb coming in as massive support for them, taking down the third player of Photic Zone and allowing them to get that ball in there with a lot of follow-up as well. But Photic Zone is going to have to kind of get something moving here, especially with only 9 seconds left in this game, taking us into overtime. We do have two specials now online for Photic Zone, and it looks like we're going to try to see if we can make a push here. But with Ink Strike coming out from the side of Photic Zone, of Prowlers now, going to be displacing the members of Photic Zone a little bit, but it looks like they're still trying to look for that opening. But a flank coming in from Sentinel and taking down Toasty and chasing the other ball now too away from that basket.
That's going to be game. Prowlers come in and get the 3-0 sweep over Photic Zone, sending them out of the tournament in convincing fashion. Wow. Prowlers looked a little bit shaky earlier in the day. They got taken to a game 3 twice in the best of in the group stage, both by Jelly Squids and Benthic Brigade. Italian Ice took a game off of them right before this one, and now they come in here and really cranked it up. They were waiting to get on stream before they started flexing right there. Played some little unorthodox style, this kind of turtle-ish defensive, get a big lead and just hold on for your dear life. But they showed in game 3 there that when they need to ramp it up and be more aggressive, they can do that as well. So there's a couple of different ways this Prowler team can win, and looked very impressive there in the course of that best of 5 set there that didn't even go to a game 4. Wow.
I think especially too, like you mentioned earlier in the game when Photic Zone was able to get their first initial push onto the board, the response time from the Prowlers there was just unheard of. They immediately took 2 or 3 members down of Photic Zone, and then immediately that map just like in a snap was blue again. So it's one of those things where you can see what's happening in those callouts happen live. They knew exactly where they needed to be and what they needed to do to get back out into that map and to build their economy. So not only were they able to get so much ink coverage on the map so quickly after in that response time, but they were also able to get their clam economy, I believe, up to 23 in their pockets with Photic Zone having nothing else in their pockets either. So it was just really incredible to watch. And I also got a shout out Stick Player kind of later on in that game, the patience that they had and the coming in, looking kind of in the face of 2 different shooters kind of standing in front of them and taking patience and sharking right near that basket to try to see if they could make a play there. And unfortunately, I don't think they were able to get the pick that they were looking for, but it's so impressive when you can see the sharking tactics of different players, and especially in such a high bracket like this, and just knowing when the right place and the right time is and when you should be moving.
Yeah, and there's some more, it looks like some more technical issues going on across the map. So we're waiting. We're going to have a little bit of a break. It looks like at some point here as we wait for some other sets to catch up. Prowlers just moved a little bit too quickly there. Outcast Ninjas June tied 1-1. TRF is up 2-1 on Banana Basics, and the Democratic Republic is starting to is waiting for their opponent still. So we're still got 2 matches left to go. We're not going to stream both semifinal matches like we did last time. And now we're definitely not going to have time to do that. So we're going to take a little bit of a break. We'll come back with an update at some point when we know something. So stick around. We'll be right back with more action here with Low Ink on IPL.
Hello again, sports fans. Welcome on back in. Let's gather round as we start the semifinals of Alpha Bracket Low Inc. February 2023. Looking forward to this next set that we have coming up today. We have TFR versus the Republic. The Republic coming to the forefront of the stage today for semifinals. Popgun, what are you trying to see here? What are we looking for in this next set? I mean, semifinals. We're up here.
I told you to lead in because I was hoping you would try to pronounce these team names because there's no way I can do it correctly. So yes, we just got TFR, which stands for the financial records of whatever that is, and of course the Republic. Now, we saw TRF earlier on stream. The Republic, which we're going to refer to them as, let's see, they've lost one match all weekend long. They lost to Marine Melody in the group stage of Swiss yesterday 2-1. Since then, they haven't dropped another set, and this is the first time we're actually getting some eyes on these guys. They beat the Outcast Ninjas 2-0. They beat the Splatalot Cosmic Cherries 2-0, which means they probably beat Oofish as well. It beat Oofish 2-1, and they're pretty patient, I gotta lie. Not gonna lie. They've been very patient going through this alpha bracket here. We're currently seeing... if we could just get away with not streaming any matches and just let you guys look at JPEG's fancy new brackets for like 30 minutes at a time. And I gotta say, we should probably just do that going forward because that has been really entertaining for a lot of these the viewers here, and we're finally getting some players joining into the lobby. No clue. I'm gonna be completely honest. I have no idea what to expect out of the Republic here. I do know they played in some other tournaments. This isn't like their first time playing in a tournament in this setting here. But you look at the last 4 teams that are remaining. The casual viewer of Low Inc. is only going to recognize June. The other 3 teams, the Prowlers, TRF, and the Republic, are all brand new to Low Inc. To some extent. So I kind of warned you guys. I tried to tell you guys on Friday this was going to happen. This was more of a wide open Low Inc. There was only like a few heavy hitters at the top, and that just kind of leaves the door open for a bunch of unknowns, a bunch of people that are getting the video game, getting into competitive Splatoon to find ways to slip through here. And one of these 2 teams is going to be in grand finals for what could be basically a new grand finals here. As somebody's chat saying TRF is the final reckoning. Well, they would have called them, that's what TFR stands for. I like the financial records a little bit better though.
I was thinking the front row, the front row minus Risu. Which goes to show, are we missing Risu? Who's Risu?
I know what's going on. Risu's a player who played for TRF last month, who is not playing this month. So that makes a lot more sense. You know, honestly, I probably should have known that now that I was spending more time thinking about it. That shows where my brain has been at for the past week or so. Okay, so yeah, the final reckoning. They were an alpha bracket team last month. They got knocked out round 1. I forget by who. I think Iruka got them at the beginning. But regardless, we're moving on here. It's the final reckoning. That's who TRF is. Taking on the entire Democratic Republic of some other country that we don't know here. Tetris is going to be coming out along with a Wiper. Wiper on both sides here. All right.
Oh yeah, you like to see that, and I love seeing too that we have a Dark Tetra also coming out for the side of the Republic as well. But we're going to be seeing also Double Crab being ran on the side of TFR, and we're here. The TFR is here for you, Risu, and rightfully so, because we're going to go ahead and just get a wipeout right into the first 30 seconds of the game for the side of the Republic here. Republic is going to be putting down a lot of ink coverage here, and you see that Curb and one other player, that Wiper, are going to just go ahead and sneak on up to that plat for the side of TFR, and getting a couple more picks and really staggering the members of TFR with coming back out into this map, and that clock is just ticking down awfully fast.
the one thing all the players for TFR have in common right now is they've all died twice in the first 40 seconds. They got to get something going here, reestablish themselves. I like the fact that they backed up, built up some specials, and now they're going in with that. Nicely done by TRF. They were getting absolutely bullied, but they found ways to settle down. Let's build up specials. Let's go in with that. That is the only reason they're still in this game, because that opening minute was ugly.
Now, but still having 2 members down now for the side of TFR. We're going to see them still trying to maintain the zone and keep it into the neutral game as best as they can. But a flank now coming out on the side of the Republic, and they're going to make their way once again back up to that platform, bringing the aggression up to that platform. You can see that tactic here with the Wiper, throwing down a bunch of ink and also getting a little bit of tip damage onto the members of TFR. But TFR is doing their best to get back out into this mid area and trying to break out on this right side. But I mean, the Republic is just not letting them have it. They're not going to back down here. You can see Tactics so far up into that spawning point of TFR, just holding back and applying pressure as much as they can. But TFR is not going to let that deter them, and they're going to kind of ignore Tactic with them before they were able to go down, and they're going to actually take that zone back into possession very shortly, a very short-lived possession at that, because the Republic is here, and they are going to just hold on to the zone as best as they can.
Yeah, I don't agree with this Wiper just kind of going all out and into the attack of the enemy plat by themselves. They got a Tetris that they can work with as well, but they're trying to, looks like, try to separate themselves from the Tetris, so there's just 2 different kind of skirmishing fighting weapons going out at the same time, not with each other. But the Wiper going off on their own on that plat isn't really accomplishing a whole lot other than just getting themselves splat. But now all the other players for the Republic have come back into zone here, and they're starting to get some splats yet again. So, well, you throw your hammer at me, I'll throw a burst bomb at you. The pin is mightier than the sword, as it looks like TRF is going to find ways possibly not to cap zone, because an Ink Strike just erased everything. Instead, it's a delayed wipe and possibly a KO.
Yeah, and you can see frantically those buttons are being pushed to jump back into this map right now with 7 seconds left on the board for the Republic here. A Booyah Bomb coming out, trying to provide a little bit more coverage and some space. You can see TFR getting wiped out there right at the end. They were trying to get some more ink on the ground there, but just unfortunately not really able to not only get picks that they needed, but also getting the ink on the field there. Wow, not only the defense, but the offense that was being brought out by the Republic was strong with this one.
Okay, I'm going to take a stab at it. Is it Seo Tomé? Seo Tomé. Is that correct? Yes or no? While we're trying to figure that out, the good news for TRF is that they were able to find ways to break out of their lockouts by using specials. The problem with that is that you don't have any specials on the back end to create a lockout against your opponent. So when you have to burn all your resources just to get back into mid, then it's hard to scramble to build up those resources yet again to keep control of zone. So they could keep poking their way back in, but there wasn't really anything else that they could do at that point.
Yeah, and I gotta agree with what you were saying earlier too. That Wiper and Curb on the Dark Tetris could definitely work really well together earlier in that game, but it didn't really seem like that they really needed to pair up very much. It seemed like the Wiper was able to really defend themselves being up on that platform alone, and it kind of seemed to work out for them, surprisingly, even though I think the Tetra would have been an excellent support for them. But we're going to see now that the counter pick is going to come out on Tower Control Eeltail Alley, super linear map to be picked for this one, and I'm curious to see what kind of aggression, I guess, is going to be brought to the table here, especially with needing to break that second checkpoint quickly, because once you can kind of get that second checkpoint going, it's downhill from there if you can get a snowball going.
They're trying to isolate the Tetras and the Wiper. They're trying to create less lanes for them to flank through so that they can keep the fights right in front of them. This is the correct counter pick. Tower Control, a little bit of a slower mode although we've seen some very quick KOs come out on this map. But I like this pick. A lot more linear. Keep the fight in front of you. You don't have to try to find that Tetras and the Wiper, who are probably going to be separating themselves this entire time. You're probably going to see the Tetras and the Wiper being nowhere near each other so that they can distract on both sides. But I like the fact that they're keeping the fight in front of them. This is a smart counter pick. And I give credit to the people in chat trying to guess. It looks like nobody knows the correct answer of how to pronounce that. So we're doubling down in game 2. It's the Republic who's trying to go up 2-0 over TRF.
Right out the gate, we're going to see, yep, that Wiper is going to be still coming out on both sides. Actually, you're still going to have that Dark Tetra and that Wiper combo coming in. But there's also going to be a Wiper for the side of TFR as well, and you also are going to have a machine, and you're going to have that Bubble Junior coming out as well, so there's definitely going to be a little bit more of some tower defense going on for the side of TFR. But right off the bat, you can see the members of the Republic going down right away into the wipeout with just the one Wiper remaining on the field, and just going ahead and taking this tower right to the first checkpoint.
Look, when you have so many weapons in this lobby that are designed to initiate fights early and often, you're going to see a lot of bloodbaths just like that. Just like we're seeing right now, the Tetra player able to get a nice double, but they're one of the last players left alive trying to poke this player off of their crab. Not going to save the checkpoint, and instead it's TRF that's coming back around, and this crab's getting a lot of splats on top of that. Booyah Bomb being thrown right at the perfect time as the tower gets to the final checkpoint. But now, can they find a way to get across it? I don't think they're going to have enough of the manpower left alive to do just that. And Gay staying alive is actually pretty huge right there. It might not keep the push going, but at least stall the opportunity for the Republic to get the tower back in the mid.
Yeah, and Gay being able to get that pick right there and just kind of skirt right past Curb, as Curb was not only looking at another player, but almost getting a pick themselves. That seemed really crucial there, because once again, you have another wipeout on the side of the Republic, and TFR is doing an amazing job just kind of stalling this tower by that third checkpoint. And now that the members of the Republic are pretty staggered coming back out here, but they are actually going to respond with a wipeout of their own. But with the Republic being able to get that tower, or TFR being able to get that tower down to the 21 mark, the Democratic Republic is going to have a lot of ground to make up, especially coming all the way almost from their spawn point and getting that tower across to the other side.
Yeah, but again, they know exactly where the flanks are going to be coming, quote-unquote flanks. That Tetra's just sharking around in mid. There's nowhere else for them to go in this map other than that uninkable right ramp where it looks like the Wiper was trying to go. So this is exactly why TRF picked this, and it's working out hugely into their favor right now. I like the fact that Riley's pushing up with the Wiper on their own side, starting to apply pressure, making sure that the Republic can't get set up, they can't build up any Booyah Bombs, can't get a hammer that they could chuck at the tower, and instead they're probably going to get delayed wipe right here. Gay getting some heckly good splats. I screwed up that commentary, tried to make it work. I might have saved it right there, but the tower did get saved regardless by the Republic, or just hanging on by a thread.
Yeah, and you could see the super jumps also coming back in onto that tower for TFR. They're still getting as many points on the board as they can, but unfortunately now going down to the wipeout, the tower is back in possession for the Republic. Once again, the Republic is going to need to scoot this tower not only from their spawn, but back across the map, the long map that is Eeltail Alley. But unfortunately, they have all 4 specials online, and you can see that stamp getting thrown right across. Reef Slider coming in very smoothly. Yeah, and unfortunately not getting the picks they were looking for, with 2 members of that Reef Slider entering into a 2v1 situation and not quite getting the picks they're looking for.
Yeah, but they're still in the position, the Republic being just that. Look, you got 2 players a little bit out of position on the side of TRF. They can only attack from that right side, but they're doing a good job of staying alive. That's more important. You don't want to get staggered like that. When you have 2 players down and then you wait and you die a little bit afterwards, then you're just going in 2 at a time. Those 2 players staying alive and getting all the splats they need on top of it. What a heck of a play by the couple of TRF players to stay alive over there and completely shut down this push. And now they got the tower push right back on the Republic side, and all of a sudden there's only a minute left in this game.
Yeah, and especially now you see Anish getting a nice double pick there with the bubble on the tower, ready to go into a defensive stance, getting that tower still once again pushing into that third checkpoint, almost having it completely popped. But the Republic, once again, it seems like once TFR kind of gets their way to that third checkpoint, they're kind of struggling with getting the break because the Republic is right there waiting for them. They're all spawned up and ready to go and able to stop that push and preventing the wipeout very effectively here. But now with 3 members down on the Republic, you can see Reef Slider coming out and Curve coming in there so smoothly and getting almost 3 picks off of TFR there. But now that the tower is once again going to be scooting into the spawn of TFR, or of the Republic, like, what is going on here, Popgun? It's going back and forth so quickly, it's hard to see who's up and who's down.
I'll tell you what's going on. Gay is going to end the game right here. They're just going to stay on top of the tower unless they don't get smacked off of it. So the game's not going to end. But, oh, what is this? What are you doing back there? Excuse me. All right. Just kind of let the tower squish them to death and then just pop from behind. Nice little shark play right there. And you go back to the counter pick. TFR won this one on the counter pick. And you saw the opening coming out from the Republic. They didn't have any angles or any lanes to flank down, so they had to go straight down mid. You had the Wiper player leading the charge by themselves with the Tetris trying to follow it up, and TFR was ready for it. They shut it down, and they were able to just kind of coast from that huge opening to let the game in.
Wow, that final shark play by Anch, I would be feeling very good about that right now in that voice channel and talking about that because, man, if you looked around the surrounding area around them, it was a sea of green from the Republic. There was not really that many places to hide, and like you said, the tower kind of just steamrolling right over them, and them just waiting to not only get a kind of a flanking pick there from one of the members of the Republic standing on the tower, but then they were able to just take the towers for themselves so effortlessly. Nobody, I don't think, on the Republic saw that coming. Just kind of all eyes straight forward.
And that leads the counter pick now going to the Democratic Republic of Sao Tome in Príncipe. There's also that in Príncipe at the end there. It looks like they're going to the Clan Blitz at Scorched Gorge. Yeah, it makes sense. You want that more wide open map. I don't think we're going to see much comp changes coming out from either side. Which is fine when you're at this stage of low ink. You just kind of do with what you know works best for you. But this aggressive playstyle, and we've been seeing a lot more, not just in low ink, but in some other tournaments as well. A lot more of this Wiper Tetra combination, like just the over hyper aggressiveness of flanking and pressure and forcing fights. Seems to be working out really well. I believe the team that won Minnow Cup used the same exact comp, a Tetra and Wiper kind of combo as well. So that might be the new low-level meta that we're seeing appear here, and it's doing wonders for the Republic so far. And this is probably a good map for them to continue to take advantage of the fact that it's more wide open. There's more space, especially in mid, for them to work around to try to get the angles that they're looking for.
What's kind of, that was an interesting point that you made, kind of, that this is a new meta for the low level, but how does the Stamp and the Reef Slider kind of work together special-wise? I can see definitely how the weapons complement each other very well, but how is it that Reef Slider and Stamp kind of work together, or is that something that they kind of try to use separately?
It just works because it's the only kits in the game right now. Reef Slider, I feel like, has been starting to... The new specials in particular are starting to get figured out a little bit. We saw Reef Slider being used pretty well in that last game by Curb, who just kind of jumped into a fight, a 1v4 situation, but they were able to use Reef Slider almost instantly and just cause enough of a distraction, get a double. But I think it's just more so the main weapon itself, and if we can throw Hammer and get kind of a cheeky splat with it that we can use on Twitter, then so be it. That is the same comp, roughly the same exact comp coming out from both teams. There might be like one shooter that changed or something like that. I don't know, all the shooters look the same. I don't think they used the machine in the last game. I could be wrong though.
Yeah, I think you're right there. I think it's mostly kind of the same thing that we're seeing, but definitely a really good pick for picking a way more open map and to try to kind of prevent a lot of picks to be had. There still is a lot of flanking points on this map, though, and especially with this tower being kind of in the corner, or excuse me, the basket being in the corner that it is, you can definitely try to break into the basket 2 different ways, but most people usually opt for that right side, that kind of bottleneck that you have. And right there, first blood by Gay, actually a mutual first blood happening on both sides. You can hear some clams kind of hitting the floor in front of that tower there. But the first basket pop is going to be happening here by TFR with a little bit of follow-up. And now almost a lead wipe going down onto the Republic, and you still have so many clams in the possession for TFR. They're trying to hold that basket open, and they're successful at it, just ticking down that timer in one single push, and still having a few clams in their pocket. You can see the Curve's trying to break in there and trying to get just a few more clams in there, and Gay also trying to follow up as well, but I think that's going to end their push right there at the 20.
Okay, this Splash player, Gay, they are something different. They're a little bit different. It seems like every time we show them on stream, they're doing something in like a 1v4 or something like that, and they're just beating up people. That player is a little bit different, and that might be why TRF has got this huge lead right now. I was kind of wondering if they were going to get the KO, honestly. They had a lot of clams. They were just a little bit slow gathering up some more to throw them back into the basket. But we do see the response coming out here from the Republic. Again, just trying to control mid. There's your reslider working out really well. Maybe the hammer getting thrown first caused a little bit of distraction for that reslider to go in, but none of them accomplished anything. And you got this Wiper player. Where are you going? You're way by yourself. You're the last player left alive, just trying to be an annoying little house, and you fall back down to mid. Oh, okay. We just went a little bit around the world right there. And now you're back. All right. That happened.
Yeah, definitely getting a little bit of ink down in that spawn, but then kind of seeing maybe they heard you intuitively saying that they were the last one up, and then they were able to jump back down into mid. Unfortunately for Anish, they're getting kind of pushed into the corner into a 2v1 situation. It seems like the players of the Republic are trying their hardest to try to get the picks on to TFR to try to see if they can make a proper push, but it looks like TFR has so many clams in their possession, they're going to go ahead and just pop that power clam right in there, especially with the Ink Strike coming out to try to clear some space as well. But now you have the Wiper tactic getting a nice double pick there, and now successfully getting the wipe out. So only one power clam going in there to try to break that penalty, but unfortunately that penalty is going to go right back up.
Yeah, when you got this massive of a lead, if you're going to pop the basket, you got to do something other than get wiped out, because now you're just giving a ton of resources to the Republic to work with right here, and it might come back to haunt them here. 3 power clams already thrown in. You got the Wiper player who's getting a trouble splat on top of it, and here comes in the Mercy clam. Are they going to make the jump in time? The answer is going to be no, but if they could stay here, they could get an extended push off of this, and it looks like the rest of the final reckoning has come back in to slow everything back down. But man, that was a heck of a push there by the Republic.
Yeah, and I think Curb's super jump there was just a little too far away to be able to throw that clam in from where they were standing, and you could see that they had to kind of swim a little bit closer, but unfortunately going down with that clam just so close but so far to the basket. Tactic getting a really awesome stamp throw there, not only making a pathway for the Republic to come back in and start that push and almost taking the lead here once again, but also getting a really nice pick and throwing it up onto that platform and pushing another member back. So close, Republic trying to get that lead, trying to get as many clams into that basket as possible, taking it down to the 27 mark. We have a little less than a minute left, and Popgun, I'm shaking here. I'm a little nervous right now for TFR, especially with 2 successful pushes being done by the Republic.
Look, here's the #1 priority. Don't get wiped. You can either be aggressive and try to get the KO, or you can fall back and turtle up. Whatever you do, you cannot get wiped. And right now, you're using a lot of specials just to try to stay alive, but 2v2 situation, map kind of neutral in mid, but more importantly, there's no power clam right now. That's the last power clam. They need that to force overtime. They recognize that and jump it all the way back to spawn, but because they got to save that power clam and jump back, they lose complete control of mid. This gives a huge opportunity for TFR to hold on to mid and try to just bleed out this overtime clock. A couple of players going down on east side. Riley trying to retreat, gets taken care of, and now can they get that final power clam? It's the machine machine that's holding onto it. Oh, you pop Booyah Bomb right now. That's going to waste a little bit of time, which they have to work with, but you got to go. You can't take that fight on the right side. That fight was the perfect distraction. Game over. The Republic just couldn't find a way to slip through.
Yeah, oh gosh, you could tell that the machine, I think after popping that Booyah Bomb, was like, oh man, like I really need to get moving here. But with having at least one player going in on that right side and trying to initiate a fight on the right side, it definitely provided enough time and distraction that they needed in order to run that clock down. And sometimes in a pinch decision, it's so hard to try to figure out what thing that you need to prioritize in order to try to get yourself some more points. But wow, TFR coming out really strong, I feel, in that second game and getting a lot of really successful pushes. And the Republic as well, not only trying to like play defense as best as they could, but they were able to definitely get a lot more coverage down in mid that they needed to and try to capture as quickly as possible. But TFR just being able to trying their best to like utilize the space, and especially like we saw with Gay, being able and unafraid to go into these like 2v1, 3v1 fights and still either getting a trade or taking two people down with them.
Look, at this stage of the tournament, and I don't care who you are, at this stage of any tournament that you're playing in, you're going to make a lot of mistakes. This isn't a scrim. You can't just DM the opponent and be like, can we replay that one? No, you just got to go with the result that you get. And both teams made several mistakes there. It just comes down to who punishes the mistakes the most. TFR really made a push in that middle of that game that they had no business making. They didn't accomplish anything on the scoreboard. All they did was lose all the clams they had, get wiped, and almost got KO'd on the back end right there. But they were able to barely just hang on and come back and survive in that game. So they were just able to punish the mistakes the other team was making a little bit better. But it's not like either team played a perfectly clean game. But the more importantly, TFR, who I've probably been saying TRF half the time, just roll off the tongue a little bit better. They've won 2 straight now, and they won on the Republic's counter pick. So that means if they can't win this game 4, and we're going to a game 5, TFR has one more opportunity to find another narrow hallway map to try to limit what the Republic wants to do offensively yet again. So that is something that's going to play into effect later. But if you're the Republic, you obviously can't worry about that. You got to find a way to win here. Museum at another wide open map here at the Museum with Rainmaker.
Yeah, and I'm curious to see kind of what sort of firefight and 1v1 fighting could be happening onto the side of each platform here. Obviously, you have such a wide open mid, so flanking can sometimes be a little bit more difficult. You can try to play the distraction game and get people over to the left or right side on those walls as well. But especially with having kind of tighter quarters up on those platforms and utilizing those walls and squid surges to the best of your ability and trying to force people into corners. And with the main platform being right front and center on top of the mid spinners as well, it's like once you can kind of pop that first checkpoint, it turns into quite a firefight that can happen on to those platforms here. And right away, we're going to just see very similar comps. Once again, you have Tactic still on that, holding onto that wiper, and you have Anish also still on that wipers. And there's literally been no change here, Popgun. We're still going in with the same comps, and I'm so excited to see this firefight play out here.
I know everything you're going to do. Strange, isn't it? But yeah, if it works, it got you to this point in the tournament, might as well just keep doubling down. It's just the counter picks that are working out into their favor right now, as we see a couple players. Oh, no, this is just the last player left alive, and Gay is not going to let them get away. Instantly going to grab the Rainmaker, and the pedestal's in a perfect spot to where they can automatically dunk it with where the rotation of that middle thing is. So now you're looking at a possible, if you get wiped again, that could be it right now. And now they get, what's going on? Okay, so they get to 35 remaining. That's a huge map on this one. That's a huge score on this map. Is that the end of the push, though? I really don't like the fact that Splash player is still alive in your base. Ultimately, they take care of it. And this Rainmaker just kind of going off on their own here. Finally gets the hesitation, gets the nice splat, and allows for their playmakers here to kind of create the space that they need to get to this first pedestal.
Yeah, and a quick response time, too, by the Republic to get the Rainmaker back to that first pedestal. Although they do have 3 members going down, you have Nikija being the only one that's left alive, kind of just trying to throw some fizzy bombs there, maybe trying to say, like, hey, look at me, I'm over here, you can try to get me, I'm over here, there's fizzy bombs over here, maybe don't come this way, or just know that this is where I am, and that maybe some other members of the Republic can try to break out onto the other side and try a little bit more sharking tactic. You have Anish getting a really nice stamper pick there, getting down into mid, but oh my gosh, the Republic though, the amount of ink coverage that they're trying to hold is so powerful here. There's so much blue going on into this middle map here, but now with the fish being popped out of this bubble, nobody's quite picking it up yet. It looks like we're still kind of waiting to see if we can not only get a little more ink coverage and some good picks happening now with 3 members down on the side of TFR.
Oh,
Republic was quick to pick up that Rainmaker and to get themselves the lead with a 10-point lead.
Oh, somebody broke their ankles. They fell down and just let the room for the Rainmaker to slip right past. Still, you got about half of the game left to go here, and we've seen fireworks already. Both teams able to get really good pushes off in the opening half. But it just comes down to who's going to have more map control over the next half of this game. They'll probably find ways to get past here. If you get control of mid and you start finding ways to get up that ramp and start getting some splats, there's definitely enough time and situations here for the final reckoning to get back into this one. Riley working around this right side, trying to stay alive. Gets a very nice splat bomb on the machine player before getting taken care of themselves. But yeah, so here's the question that the Republic has to figure out, because they've been a hyper-aggressive team. Well, actually, they can't. I was going to say, are they going to try to turtle up and be aggressive? Right now, they got to play defense right this second. It looks like somebody's able to slip through and splat the Rainmaker.
Yeah, Anish was doing such a good job at trying to keep themselves really mobile with that stamp there, not only trying to create a little bit of space, but being a little hesitant on pushing that Rainmaker forward. The amount of ink coverage that the TFR has is so powerful. They're able to pop that Rainmaker, but the Republic's defense is so strong here. There's so much blue on that map and so much preventative damage being done on the side of the Republic. Now they're going to go ahead and pick up that Rainmaker and respond. You can see Tactic kind of getting stuck in that corner there with a splat bomb kind of pushing them back a little bit further, but now they're able to get a little bit forward. There's a lot of blue happening on this map right now, and just trying to look for a proper pathway where they can find safe passage. Getting a nice splat kind of across on that platform there, getting a second splat across on that platform. Now with 2 members down, you can see that they're trying to rush as quickly as possible, slipping off of that ramp, unfortunately, preventing their push from going any further.
Good punish by Riley. I know they got 2 splats right there, but there wasn't anything there. You got to find ways to get that Rainmaker up that ramp. Now, more importantly, they're wasting time right here, which is a good thing. If you're the Republic, you just want to bleed time off the clock. You want to keep the Rainmaker on the enemy side of the map, but you don't want to just feed it right up in there when there's no opportunities for you to push the Rainmaker up top. Instead, you got a little bit of a situation here. Whoa, did you just duck underneath the explosion? What was that? They're still alive at least a little bit longer. Riley trying to get the nice splat here. Ultimately gets a trade. And now, okay, yeah, I was confused who had it. It was the final reckoning. Has the Rainmaker right now, but it looks like it's caught into the middle in the favor of the Republic, and they're just going to babysit it and just wait out these 10 seconds. Unless there's something this Junior can do with their bubbler, that's the only special they have, to try to get some splats, pick up the Rainmaker, and keep it safe at the same time. It's not going to happen. We are going to a game 5.
Wow. I'm blown away by that Wiper avoiding that reef slider explosion. Not only did they move just enough out of the way to not take too much damage from that explosion, but they were able to almost like put 1 foot completely off the side of the map and able to come back and to get the pick as well in response to the reef slider explosion. And then also as well, that special coordination with the Rainmaker shield going back into the middle and re-bubbling and then popping the bubbler at the last second too, like kind of right next to the spinner there. So it's kind of like, am I hitting the bubbler? Am I hitting the Rainmaker? I'm not really sure. Wow. The defensive maneuver that was being done by the Republic, just getting those extra 2 couple of points there on the board and trying to maintain that lead was just incredible.
This is a good set. This is a good set, and we got a game 5 coming up here. Now, this is what I was talking about. Winning that game 3 gives this huge advantage now in the favor of TFR as they get to make the final counter picks. Now, to be honest, I don't have the maps exactly memorized. Now, they can't go back to, Tower Control or Clan Blitz. So they're really stuck with doing Rainmaker, which they've already lost on, or Splat Zones, which they already lost on. They can't go back to Eeltail either. Maybe Undertow Rainmaker might be the call there that they want to go with. Maybe Shipyard. Maybe Flounder Zones. I don't know. You're really limited with what you can do here. And they are going with Undertow Rainmaker. Okay, that was my first thought as far as it's not as narrow as anything else. There's obviously a lot of flank ways you can use, but it at least gives you something a little bit smaller than the more wide open maps that are in the pool.
I was wondering if Flounder Zones would have been the better pick, especially because Republic so far this entire match or setup has had so much good ink coverage. Consistently when they have to get back into the map, they're covering mid right away into their ink color, and I feel like especially with Zones, with having so much surface area at the top of Flounder Heights, there's so much ground to be had and to be taken, and so I'm wondering what's going to be brought to the table in the aggression that's going to be used on Undertow.
I'm wondering if we're going to see any comp change. I doubt we will. But really, if you're the final reckoning, just let Gay cook. Honestly, I mean, this player has been phenomenal the entire set. I'm not saying the other players haven't been, but if you can just find an opportunity to let that splash get in front of you, they will win you the game. Surround them with the right pieces. Riley's been playing fantastic. Anish with a 3 at the end. The Wiper player's been awesome as well. Just pick up the Rainmaker. Let Gay lead the way, which is weird now that I say that out loud. And then you're going to be fine. I wonder, though... No real comp changes coming out. They are sticking with that Junior, though. I don't think they've been using that earlier in the set.
Yeah, there's been a little bit of some Junior gameplay going on. There was a Junior in the last game as well with that bubble kind of coming out. But yeah, similar composition going down. A very quick pop happening in the first 10 seconds. You're going to see Gay right off the bat getting a nice splat. 2 members down on the Republic now and 3 members down now as we're going in. Riley's going to try to come in and try to get a little bit of tick damage going off. And you can see that Ange is trying to kind of respond to that tick damage as well. But unfortunately, I'm going to say that player is probably already all healed up now and is feeling pretty safe at this moment. Nobody's going to pick up the Rainmaker quite yet. It looks like even though we had the Republic down 3 players, we were still a little bit hesitant to be picking up that Rainmaker and get it moving.
What is why are we doing this again? Is this some sort of... Did all you low ink players just make this pact behind me and JPEG's back that whenever this map is on stream, you guys are just not going to focus the objective? There's another minute gone by, and okay, so now you go. You got a nice little path over here. If you're the Republic, you got everything focused on the left side. Wait, no, actually, they were coming back to defend. That's the final reckoning that's picking up the Rainmaker. Nice play there. Kind of making their own space there was Riley. And they could find a way to get more points outside of the checkpoint right there unless the Ink Strike was cleaned up there. Okay, so there we go. A nice little push.
Yeah, there was 2 members pushed up pretty far on the side of the Republic, painting up and trying to get a pathway to that first checkpoint, but TFR took really good advantage of that, and they said, hey, you know what? 2 of their players are all the way over here. Rainmaker is sitting by itself. This is our time to try to go ahead and get onto that first checkpoint and get a pop going. Unfortunately, unable to kind of continue that push a little bit more to take advantage of that because the Republic was pretty quick to kind of get back into spawn as fast as possible to prevent that push from going any further.
Oh, look at the response by the Republic. The Wiper player, did they get the dunk? They didn't. Oh, the Wiper player from the side of the final reckoning was able to come in and to swipe their toe at the last second and save the Rainmaker. Oh, but they're trying to dunk it off the side. They only got the Splash player left alive. And they're going right in. I don't know if you want to sell your soul just to say the checkpoint right there. Now you don't have anybody to defend the lead. Oh, I've been a bit of a misplay on the defensive end. The lead is gone. And now, how far up this unequal path can they go? All the way up, actually. Almost gets the dunk right there. Oh, you got to just surrender the checkpoint. You can't go all out just to try to save it. They're going to get punished from it, and they're going to lose the game. Wow, the Republic strikes fast, and they're going on to grand finals.
Oh my goodness, Curb was in the right place at the right time in those last few seconds, Popgun. You could tell they were able to really stagger themselves into getting a double pick off of TFR coming back into that map, and then just the Rainmaker just sitting pretty right at the corner of that platform right in front of the dunk. And just picking it up and going ahead and jumping in. You could see that there was so much damage on them as they were slamming down right at the end there, but not enough to prevent that dunk from happening. So pretty exciting. Congratulations, Republic, for moving on to the finals.
You know, even though TFR misplayed saving that checkpoint a little bit. Again, you just got to let that checkpoint go at that point and try to build up something else. The fact that they were able to, on the Republic side, slip past everything with that, whoever was carrying that Rainmaker did a hell of a job dodging all kinds of nonsense, because all those players had spawned back in at that point, and they were just dodging everything to keep the Rainmaker alive, getting up the little side away from the uninkable so that they already had a path they could slide down. Just great plays across the board there in a clutch Game 5 going into the Democratic Republic of Sao Tome and Principe's favor as we're going on to grand finals. Now, we usually take a break right here, but we're not about that anymore. We've taken more breaks than we could possibly handle here at IPL. We're just going to get those guys in this lobby. Who is it? Is it Prowler? Did they 3-0 June? They did.
It is Prowler.
So let's get Prowler back in here. Let's not waste any time, and let's just go right into grand finals. Prowler, who has been dominating teams after having a little bit of a slower start to today. Ugh.
Yeah, a lot of threes on that board for Prowlers, from what I'm seeing here. A lot of threes to be had and a lot of wins to be had for the side of Prowlers, and making their way all the way up to finals and coming head to head with the Republic. Super exciting, because the Republic, I think, has such a fun comp, especially with utilizing, like we were saying, that Dark Tetra and the Wiper together. But with the Prowlers being relatively new to comp, and also having this be a new low ink experience for them, making your way all the way to finals is quite an accomplishment.
I think at this point, both teams in this finals are making their first appearance in low ink. I could be wrong. I know the Republic's played in some other tournaments, but I mean, this is what low ink is. This is nothing new. Literally last month, To Be Determined played in their first low ink and won it. It's just kind of the era that we're in right now, where just it's not the name brand teams that are finding ways to slip past everything. It's these new teams kind of coming out of, I wouldn't say nowhere, but just kind of getting back into the game. They're finding ways to slip past all these things. Now, this hasn't been an easy path for either team. The Republic lost to Marine Melody yesterday. The Prowlers have lost games to 4 separate teams. However, nobody has been able to take 2 games off them at this point in the tournament. And they just played Photic Zone in June back-to-backs. 2 of the stronger name brand teams so far in that they played in this tournament, and beat them both 3-0. So it's you get the sense just by looking at scores that maybe Prowlers is the better team here, and they might find a way to win. But we'll take a look and see. I mean, obviously you don't want to just assume off of scoreboards here. As I guess some teams are. Where is Prowlers? They're not in solo. Please tell me they're not playing solo queue or something right now.
We gotta go into Anarchy and go find them. Go into X-Rank and go and find them and shoo them out.
Yes, it's great. You know, at Riptide, I had to yell at somebody because they were playing solo queue while we were waiting for them to get into the set. At Riptide, at a LAN. It's so. So frustrating here. But it looks like they are starting to join up soon. To give you guys a little bit of context, this is best of 7 now. This is not there's no bracket reset or anything like this. This is the grand finals that you are watching. And as soon as this is done, we're all going to bed. Or at least most of us might be going to bed. I might be going out and walking the dog because the weather is fantastic right now. The counter pick rules changes slightly. You can only now not pick the map and mode you most you can't pick the mode you most recently won on. You can't go back to a map you've won on, period, regardless of a mode. So it's not, the rules change a little bit there. But for the most part, I guess the only other thing to kind of note here, since this is the 4th time we've done this format, every single time we've had a grand finals with a best of 7 in Splatoon 3, it's always gone to a game 7. Even when there's really no business for it to go that far. I'm sorry, Ink there's no reason that set should have gone all the way to a game 7, but it did. It's just some little bit of low ink magic that's in the air in these grand finals for whatever reason.
I'm excited to actually welcome the Prowlers back onto the stream again. They were just so phenomenal to watch a little bit earlier when we saw them against Photic Zone. Photic Zone putting up such an awesome fight too, and making it super far once again this month like they did last month. But seeing the Prowlers, like, they're not totally dominating, but they're doing so well throughout this whole low ink experience for them, and especially their first low ink experience. So it's exciting to not only get to kind of a prequel of watching them earlier today, but now getting to see them come to the center stage of grand finals, and especially against the Republic. The Republic put up such a good fight that last round, and so I think they're really going to try to bring their A game again into these finals.
It looks like both teams are in the lobby, so we are going to get set up. Game 1 of this one, unless I'm mistaken, should be Splat Zone's either Mako Mart or Hagglefish. We're usually pretty consistent with how we do that there. Looks like it's Hagglefish this time around. There's not a lot of good map modes left in competitive, but I think it's kind of universally agreed on that this is a great map and mode, or maybe for what we have. And more importantly, though, if you are the Republic, this is probably the map and mode of all time for you, because there are 2 giant alleyways for you to flank down, and you got a strategy built around doing just that. So this seems like one of the best opportunities for you to get the win right off the bat.
Yeah, they're definitely going to be able to wreak a lot of havoc if they're able to utilize the alleyways to their advantage and to be able to get back up onto the flank successfully. And especially if we're going to see Tactic and Curb working together with that Wiper Dark Tetra combo. If they're both able to just slide into that back area, it's going to be pretty chaotic, I think, for the Prowlers. But needless to say, the Prowlers' aggression, too, is not something to be reckoned with as well. So I think if they're able to kind of combat that well enough and to bring the fight to them well enough, then it should make for a pretty interesting match.
So a shout out to our producer, Ink Fair, for providing the maps on the map command that we don't even have in chat. So we get through what will ultimately be not a crazy long low ink. Will probably be done under 5 hours, which is I believe the last one went over that. So things should be ending pretty smoothly here, unless they don't. Grand Finals of Low Ink February 2023. It is Prowler taking on the Republic, and we're seeing that E-leader that we saw in Game 1 of Mako Mart when they played Photic Zone. They dropped the E-leader every game after that. And what is that was the same team that was using Tetra and Wiper, right? Am I not mistaken? Where did all that go? This is a completely different team all of a sudden. Okay.
This
is going meta now?
This is very reminiscent of that Rainmaker game on Undertow earlier, Popgun. You had the double splash versus double machine, dragged out 5-minute Rainmaker game of tit for tat of who is going to pick it up first, and you're kind of seeing it here now in Splat Zones. But the Prowlers are going to be the first ones to not only grab the lead here, but also they're going to be able to hold on to this zone, and that E-leader is so comfortable and being so far pushed up. Sentinel having so much space and mobility to be able to move around and to position themselves so well for the Prowlers. But not for long, as the Tri-Strike is going to come out and not only taking Sentinel out, but is also going to be covering up that zone, taking it back into possession for the Republic.
I think the final reckoning is now starting to realize what map they should have counterpicked. Splat zones at Hagglefish. If anything, it's forcing them to drop their Tetras and their Wiper. They used the same comp 5 games in a row and now immediately go into something completely different. They got punched in the mouth early. Now they're able to get control of things and have the lead. A double machine and Ink Strike almost on the line for the side of Prowler as they're trying to poke their way back into the zone. A couple of players do go down. They get it anyways. That E-leader able to just get the right kind of shot across zone combined with something else. They're not going to hold on to the zone for very long. But wow, Sentinel able to just make a nice little play right there just to attack the zone and get it back into their favor, avoiding the KO.
Yeah, I'd be a little bit worried. I mean, having a solid lead for the Republic right now, but I'd be a little worried if that E-leader is feeling pretty comfortable to get off of the high ground and to move a little bit forward. Normally, I feel when you see having a backline, especially an E-leader on this kind of map mode combo, taking the high ground is usually the preferable choice. But the fact that Prowlers are able to maintain so much space for their E-leader to move around, I'm curious to know how the Republic is going to be able to kind of combat that for themselves and to make sure that they themselves need to be a little bit more mobile in their back end. But now taking the zone, flip-flopping it here a little bit in these couple seconds, the Republic is holding really strong onto this zone right now.
Yeah, after getting punched in the mouth early, it looks like the Republic's calmed down a little bit. They're starting to win their fights. Maybe they're starting to get more comfortable with the weapons that they're using right now. But just as I say that, the Prowler's able to get some more splats of their own, working around this right side. Well, just as I say, man, this game's just been so back and forth after the early goings right now. And all of that back and forth is going to constantly work into the favor of the Republic. They got the lead. There's not a ton of penalty points on the side of the Prowlers, but they're having difficulty chipping away at those penalty points because they can barely hold on to it long enough. There comes the Ink Strike. They'll at least force the Crab away into a trap that they avoid. Somehow don't get splatted by that bomb. Wow, still being left alive right here as Sentinel's able to take care of Curb. Is it going to be enough to get back control of the zone? It should be because they got the man advantage and nobody can really get to that E-leader right now. Yes, they're going to... What? They still don't have it. They still don't have it.
Oh my gosh, the E-leader getting a little bit of a peek pick right there. It's always so unfortunate to see when you get picked off by an E-leader and you can't even see where that line is coming from. So Sentinel getting some really amazing picks throughout this game. That penalty point now for Prowlers is going to be all the way down. Even though the zone is going back out of control, you have to try Ink Strike coming out to try to keep it neutral for as long as possible. But the Republic is going to go ahead and take that zone back and now take down the points of their own. And having that splat bomb coming out, 2 members down now on the side of the Prowlers. The Republic having so much ink coming out and onto their side as well. There's so much mobility to be had. That Crab is getting comfortable there in mid, but then a Booyah Bomb quickly to respond. Both of these teams have just been so quick to special responses this entire time. As soon as a Crab is out, there's a Booyah to respond. As soon as the Booyah is out, there's a wave breaker to be had to try to clear the space as well. And now that with the penalty points being ticked down, and how did the zone not go out of control for the Republic at the end there for the Prowlers? But the Republic is going to take that first game by a hair.
That final Booyah Bomb that the machine player threw right there, they had 2 different choices they could go with. They could either throw it on zone to try to get some paint onto the zone, or they could throw it at somebody to force them to move. And that's exactly what they did. They threw it at one of those, I believe they threw it at the machine player that forced them to move right into a trap to where the machine could get the splat right there. The problem is there just wasn't anybody else around from the side of Prowlers, who takes their first L in, I believe, 8 straight games, by the way, to get back into the zone. So the Republic, I wonder if they just needed that first minute to figure out, oh, right, I don't have my Tetras. I don't have my Splatana anymore. But it doesn't take you too long to figure out how to use Splash and T-Tech. So once they've got a little bit more comfortable, they were able to take care of business and take game 1 here. Again, this is the best of 7. Counterpick's a little bit different. We'll worry about those kinds of things when we go through things later on. Somebody said, okay, Link, what are these teams from Australia? Like, what is going on here? I see that keep being mentioned.
Going abroad, wow. It's gotta be pretty late right now for the Republic to be playing into this tournament right now. Which you gotta commend that, especially like when you get as far as they have into the finals and being able to push themselves to stay up pretty late.
No, you know what's going on? It's Monday morning for them. It's like 12 in the it's like 12 in the afternoon, or maybe like 10 or something like that. No. When we do like 8 o'clock the time, regardless, like the sun is rising right now where these guys are playing, so it's not the dead of the night. It's morning time. So we saw this last January when Lois won from Oceania, and it seemed like they were just playing better as the day goes on. And I think there's a little bit something to that. Just as the longer the tournament goes, you're getting the sun starting to rise for you, and you're starting to like get some energy from that. Whereas over here, the sun's not setting even on the East Coast. And I'm just assuming that's where the Prowlers are from. But yeah, I didn't even recognize that this team was from Australia, Oceania. So yeah, that does kind of play a little bit of factor into things. Are we going to see the Trident comp? Are we going to see Triple Sploosh come out at some point? Maybe not. Regardless, the pick has come in. It is Clan Blitz at the Art Academy. And I believe this is just the second time the Prowlers have made a counter pick all day.
Wow, so the Republic was starting off day 2 in the middle of the night. They were starting off around like 4 or 3 a.m. and then coming into grand finals to bring in the Monday morning together. That's got to be kind of special. I don't know. I feel like that's kind of a tender moment to be able to share with your teammates, welcoming into the sunlight into finals.
The only issue is if they have to like go to school today. Like over here in the States, we get Monday off because it's President's Day, but I don't think Australia celebrates our presidents on that Monday. So hopefully we don't run across into that situation, or somebody's gonna go to work or whatever. Regardless, are they going back to their usual comp? No, we do see the Wiper come back out, but they're doubling down. Maybe they do gotta go soon, and they're saying, screw this, let's stop messing around. Let's just go meta and end this one before it gets too much later.
And I like too how we're going to be seeing the double shot comp coming out on the Prowlers, which I don't think we got to see happen earlier. So they're going to have that Tri-Zuka in their back pocket, as well as the Tri-Strike with it too. And you still have you have the double machine, the machine versus machine kind of going on, but you still see that we have Curb still on that Crab Tank as well. So opting out of those Tetras once again for the Crab Tank. But I think that the Wiper was probably a good choice here. I'm not sure who the Wiper can really try to double up with as best as they can. I'm sure that they could probably work with Curb, as they kind of have been throughout this match, doing that and doing it really well. And it seems like they are staying pretty close together. But the game is still pretty neutral right now. Clam economy is relatively low. You do see that there's 11 clams for the side of Republic, but we don't quite have a power clam just yet. Definitely trying to see if we can get a little bit of picks going. Unfortunately, Tactic getting trapped in the corner by that suction bomb. I could hear a crap getting launched somewhere happening on the map. And all the members right now of the Prowlers just trying to hold on to this platform as best they can. This game is just still so neutral. Just trying to get as much ink as you can.
This is what we saw the Prowlers last time, too. They were just hanging back. It's very Muhammad Ali style, rope-a-dope. Just kind of stay back, endure a little bit of punches here and there, and when the opportunity comes to strike, you strike. They just need one push to win, and then they'll just bleed out the clock throughout the rest of the game. You saw them staying back there, and this is their one opportunity to get something going here. They will pop the basket. I doubt they'll get anything more on top of it, though. Although a nice Inkwall is able to kind of throw in 3 more clams, and that might do it just now. I don't think anybody else is flanking. But this is what we're going to see the Prowlers do. This is what they showed in the last set against Photic Zone. When they get any kind of lead, they just kind of say, you come fight us. It's on you to move to our side of the map. And I don't think the Republic has any issue doing just that with all the specials they got. They said, we're more than happy to go and fight you. And this is the second time we've seen Tactic try to go that left side. This time, though, getting a splat out of it.
Yeah, and before, I think, they got trapped by that suction bomb, but this time they were able to get a splat right out of it. There's another suction bomb trying to go for round 2 to take them out. You hear the killer whale now coming out on the side of the Prowlers, providing a lot of displacement now with 2 members on the side of the Republic going down. Absolutely correct, Popgun. It seems like that once the Prowlers get a decent enough lead, no matter how large it is, they're able to play the strong defensive game. It seems like that's kind of their strength, is playing a really strong defense and allowing the members of the opposing team of whoever they're facing to try to come forward and contest.
I don't know if Hammer's a good special or not. I honestly don't know. It's been in the game for like 4 years now. I don't know if we're just using it for cheese or something, but it got a splat right there regardless, and it did open up an opportunity for the Republic to get in here and get the lead. They got one more clam that they're holding onto right there, getting a nice splat. Wisely just kind of backing off as letting your Wiper player jump right in there. I don't know if you want to be sacrificing bodies right now, because once Prowlers start to recognize they have the man advantage, they got control mid, now they got more resources on top of the push that you just gave them, they might start trying to think about being a little bit more aggressive. Instead, they're just letting the Wiper player come right back in, get a nice double. Okay, now it's the hesitation from the Prowlers is starting to get exposed right now. They have no sense of what they want to do when they have the advantage as far as everything in their favor.
And you can see here that there's a power clam being held pretty tightly for the side of the Republic. You had the tri-strike going in at that basket, and they're trying to maintain as much mid control as they can, but the Prowlers pinching them off into a 2v1 scenario, also having a power clam of their own. Curb is going to go ahead and back up a little bit and utilize this crab, but the basket for the Prowlers is going to be popped. You have another petty clam coming in, and they're actually going to lose the lead here. The Prowlers being able to give themselves an optimal pathway kind of through the line of fire coming out from Curb's crab tank there, but fortunately able to utilize the space that they had as best as possible, taking it down to the 36. Now with 25 seconds left on the clock here, the Republic is going to have to make another push happen here soon, and now they have 2 power clams in their possessions, and with the Booyah Bomb coming out as well, trying to go up there with the tri-strike next to it. They definitely got to have some space here to get that pop that they're looking for, but not a lot of follow-up to be had.
That's going to do it. That is a delayed wipe, and game 2 is, unless, okay, I was about to say, is there some sort of beacon I'm missing here? They're just kind of grabbing that just for fun. Just tied up at 1-1 apiece. The Prowlers finally was able to find a window to bust through and get the one push that they needed to get the win right there, and they burn. Now, they can't go back to the Art Academy if they want to make that counter pick later, but at least they were able to find a way to get a win there, because it was looking pretty favorish towards the Republic for the vast majority of that game.
Yeah, and I gotta hand it to the member of the Prowlers. I didn't quite see who was able to get that last basket pop, which led them to getting the lead, but there was a lot of opposing ink on that plat Popgun. I'm really surprised that they were able to break through there efficiently and to get close enough to get that basket pop. I was a little worried for them, especially because there was a lot of specials coming out in support to try to get them moving, but there was also so much ink coming out from the side of the Republic to try to get a left coverage and apply pressure. Like Curb was able to get set up with that crab there and hold themselves back from getting broken really easily, but the Prowlers still just finding a way to get right underneath that basket and having follow-up to get them the lead.
So now we're just waiting for the counter pick to come out from the Republic. They can do pretty much anything but splat zones, and it looks like they're going to go with Rainmaker at the Museum, which we saw them just get the win on against the Final Reckoning. So they're going back to that same map and mode, trying to get some magic to work in their favor yet again. And now that they're going back to some... Here's where we're really going to find out what's going on here with the Republic. They're going back to a map and mode where they use Tetras and Wiper pretty consistently against their opponent. We haven't seen them use these last, like we didn't see them play Tower Control Clan Blitz at Art Academy or Splat Zones at Hagglefish. So now we're going to figure out, is it the opponent that's forcing them to change, or was it just the map mode combo that was forcing them to change? Because regardless, I don't know. I mean, I like the fact that they have different weapons in their arsenal. Not that like anyone doesn't know how to use Splash, but I wonder if you just kind of start, if that is the change that you can have, if you can go back to that Tetras to try to disrupt the Prowlers, maybe get them a little bit off balance from the Splash that they're used to seeing. Or on the flip side, maybe they're saying, you know what, the Prowlers destroyed June rather quickly. They were probably watching stream. They probably saw us play on this map mode with Tetras. Maybe we change our comp a little bit just because they might be expecting it. But we're going to get some answers for how this whole set is going to go based off of the comp that the Republic uses in this Game 3.
To the scenario of, well, I know what you're gonna do, so this is what I'm gonna do. If they're able to kind of have that information in their back pocket, I could totally see them trying to change that comp for the better. I kind of want them to bring the Dark Tetra combo back out, Splatana Dark Tetra combo back out. I really liked seeing that earlier on in the matches, and absolutely that is what they are going to do. We're going to go ahead and see that Reef Slider stamp action coming out for the side of the Republic here, which definitely encouraged and helped them get the win the last time we saw them here.
There we go, instantly using it. Instead, that is the Wiper that is making that flank all by them lonesome. And they don't get anything on top of it, but still the rest of the players from the Republic crashing back down into mid and getting a trade out of it anyways. You usually see somebody being aggressive. I'm surprised they sit the Wiper by themselves. I figured that would be the one opportunity they would want to partner it up with somebody else and just go hyper aggressive. Instead, it's the Prowlers that have weathered the storm right now. They're going to get a delayed wipe essentially and have complete control of mid. It's just how quickly can Curb get back into this pedestal to try to save it. The answer is going to be no, but you're looking at a possibility of getting a lot more points out of it than just this initial push. That Ink Strike a little bit delayed, that's going to slow things down. The delay of that Ink Strike, very nicely done and calculated, because it looked like there was a clear path for Prowlers to just pick up that Rainmaker and go beyond the pedestal that they're able to get. Instead, they're able to save it. The Rainmaker should reset, and there's not going to be one more crab online for the Prowlers to use on the counter push here.
Yeah, I gotta hand it to Sentinel. They set up their crab so quickly on that first pedestal and were able to not only get a pick, but displace 2 other members. But now we're gonna see that the Republic is gonna go ahead and respond with a first checkpoint of their own, having quite a lot of space here. Tactic is gonna bring out that stamp and get a really nice pick with it. Responding with the Booyah Bomb, trying to move in to provide coverage. They get so close to that pedestal, utilizing the Booyah Bomb pathway and also for coverage, but we're still going to be seeing the Republic make that pop, get it maybe like one more point there. You can see Curb trying to get that one member of Prowlers off of that platform, forcing them to jump down, but unfortunately, the Republic is going to get wiped here, and Tactic is going to try to lead back into the map and try to get some map coverage down. Wowie zowie, what a push from the Republic there.
Here comes the commentator curse hot take right here. I think this game's over. I think that's it. I think we're just going to see 3 minutes of just bleeding out the clock, both teams trying to get something accomplished. But getting down to 4 remaining, it's very difficult to do. Yeah, they've already cleared the pedestal, but it's getting back up on this ramp is going to be the issue for the Prowlers. Yeah, they take care of a couple of players, but you got so far that you have to go, and all those players are going to spawn right back in, and there's nothing there. They're trying to force something that's absolutely not there. They got to do this slower, calculated push. Instead, they're just trying to force something. And yeah, I don't see, I know there's tons of time left on the clock. I know this is going to come back to bite me because everything I say is incorrect. I think this game's already done, though.
Gosh, the Prowlers, though, grabbing that Rainmaker so quickly and getting it to the 32, you could tell there was a lot of momentum there for a little bit. But yeah, running into something that wasn't there, there was so much pink in front of them, and especially 2 people being on the respawn and kind of ready to receive that Rainmaker player coming in up onto that platform. But now the Prowlers once again have Rainmaker into their possession, but immediately going down. 3 members in a row right in the front there going down, and you have Tactic now breaking that Rainmaker back open once again. And I think you're right. I think the Republic here just really needs to play the long defense game with about 1.5 minutes left to go.
Yeah, the long defensive game doesn't mean you just sit back and keep the Rainmaker in mid, and make sure you have map control first, pick up the Rainmaker, and at least get it on the enemy side of the map second. You start pushing it a little bit further when the opportunity is there for you. There's no reason for the Republic to be aggressive in this kind of situation. However, when we think back to some other teams from Australia in low ink, when they had the lead, they kept playing like they were the team that was losing anyway, so you might see them continue to do that. But now you just got 1 minute left here. Another opportunity for the Prowlers to try to get something going. They're being a lot more patient this time around, realizing where Curb is and just trying to poke them up top there. Not able to get it. Here comes a reslider out of nowhere. Might have gone behind the Rainmaker. No, instead the Rainmaker backed up, and they're continuing to back up, retreating all the way back to mid. They're going to explode on their own at this point, and now you only got 30 seconds left remaining. There was just nothing there for them to kind of take advantage of.
Yeah, and I think the Rainmaker carrier as well had some members there trying to play defensively and trying to keep them alive as best as possible, but then just kind of going down one by one where the Rainmaker was alone, and Curb took such good advantage of that to try to come around that spinner. But the Prowlers, once again, are going to go ahead and pop this Rainmaker wide open. X there getting a really good pick from beyond the spinner there. Booyah Bomb's going to come out, try to provide similar coverage to what the Republic did. We're going to get that Rainmaker moving down to the 18 with only a couple seconds remaining. Oh, that Tri-Strike 2 just a little too late to be coming out.
And that's another situation where you got to think, do I just go for it? Or do I get like halfway there, wait, let's set up and try to get another opportunity going? I think you just got to go for it. I think they made the right play. It just didn't work out. Getting all the way back down to 4 remaining is just too tall of a task to kind of overcome. I think if you just sit back and wait, like right on the edge there before trying to go, you're just giving the other team more opportunities to build up specials and resources needed to just get the one splat on the Rainmaker. So I think just it's hard to make that call right in the moment, but I think just going for it right there was your best bet because you didn't have a lot of options to work with anyways. And now the Republic back up. They won game 1. Now all they got to do is win on their counter picks, and they're going to win low ink. The Prowlers have to win on their own counter pick yet again, but they're going to have to find ways to break through and beat the Republic on what they feel is their best map and mode situation. Now that I know that this team is from Australia, and you start making those comparisons to Lois from over a year ago, and you start to realize, oh, right, it's that whole country just dominant in Rainmaker, because at least in low ink, they're pretty much unbeatable in it, as we've seen throughout the years.
Yeah, and oh my, it definitely seems like that was a really good map pick for the Republic too. That definitely is where that they're able to shine and to try to get that comp that they chose, the double or the Wiper and Tetra comp, to really shine for them. The Prowlers though, it was kind of impressive to see the Prowlers try to make a similar response to get the points on the board using that Booyah Bomb tactic that the Republic did earlier in the game. But I think that this is going to be an interesting pick, though. We're going back to tower control on Eeltail Alley. And having that, like we said earlier, having that kind of linear, long map is going to be super useful for that Tetra Wiper gameplay.
And the pick has come in. Tower control Eeltail. The question... Now, okay, Prowlers must have watched the stream. They must have beat June really quickly to be able to turn over and watch the stream and scout their opponent here, because they saw the Republic get absolutely moped on this map and mode. Now, it comes down to what the adjustment the Republic's going to make. We saw them come out with the Wiper at the beginning, leading the charge straight down middle, with the Tetras just a little bit behind, trying to follow up with I guess, I don't know if you can legally call it a flank if you're going down mid, but a very aggressive opening that the Final Reckoning was able to punish in the beginning. Are they going to come out with the same exact play style, or are they going to make the adjustment? Are they going to go back to splash? Are they going to say, let's try not to do that hold forward thing at the beginning? But I really like this counter pick coming out from the Prowlers. It shows that they were at least paying attention to the set that was going opposite of them, or they just dumb luck. This just happens to be a good map and mode for them. And they don't realize this does work heavily against what the Republic wants to do.
Yeah, and I do think that the Republic here, especially if they do go back to that same composition, it is going to be a little bit of a struggle for them. I think it would be a little bit more advantageous to bring the crab out because there's so many good places to position that crab on this map, but the aggression that they're able to kind of pair together, I also think is not something to scoff at. We're going to see now that the Prowlers are going to go with a simpler composition, and we are going to keep those Tetras in, but this time we are switching out that Splatana Wiper for the crab this time.
What are they cooking? Instead, now, are they still going to have, like, the Tetras be aggressive in the beginning? You see the Tetras floating around in mid, and you see Sentinel just trying to build up some specials right here, waiting for them to come and start making the aggressive play. Instead, they got to force this this crab a little bit early, but it is, in fact, the Tetra player on the side of the Republic that goes down immediately, and history looks like it's starting to repeat itself because you've got a lot of purple squids exploding in mid right now, forced to retreat.
Yeah, the Prowlers have had a pretty decent opening there for trying to get them off of that tower. I mean, the Republic came out pretty fast to try to get the lead, but I think the Prowlers were pretty keen on what they were going to try to pull with that opening, and now taking a little tiny lead. The tower kind of just teetering back and forth in the middle there, going in and getting a couple of trades. A lot of people exploding left and right. You only have the machine player up on the Republic now, trying to defend as best as they can, defending their jump point. Curb able to kind of roll out of the way before it's too late and trying to combat with this machine player, but not seeing the flank coming from the left side. And now you have that crab being able to position, and especially with that tri-strike coming out and providing ink and coverage as well. The Prowlers are coming in super aggressive on this one, Popgun. I mean, the Republic here is kind of struggling to find their footing.
Yeah, you got to strike while the iron is hot. When your opponent is just scrambling. No, don't jump off. That's water. You can't swim in there. There's literally nowhere for them to go, and they're on the defensive end right now. It looks like finally they're able to get some splats. They got some specials that they're holding on to as well, wisely not burning them off right now. Instead, they can use them to recapture mid or get things going on at the offensive end. But yeah, this is just not a comfortable map and mode, clearly, that we're seeing by the Republic. Unless they can get something going right now. You got the Tetras working on this right side, but they're the only player left that can defend for the tower. Inkstrike just being popped just because they have it, and why not use it, I guess. But the Tetra player's still alive somewhere, and that's always going to be an issue as long as that is going on. But still, where is the Tetra player? Did they retreat? They've been holding on. Okay, so they did go back. I was about to say, they've been holding on to that re-slider for a long time. I wonder if they were just sharking behind, but instead, they're just keeping everything in front of them. Good situation for the Prowlers as we cross the halfway mark.
It goes back to that question right in the beginning. What are they cooking? That Tetra was holding on to that reef slider for as long as possible. Not quite getting the pick I think that they were looking for, but now you see that we have two members of the Republic standing pretty tall on this tower. Inkstrike now coming out trying to clear off that left side and using the last two to clear off on the right as well. But Booyah Bomb is going to be able to displace the members of the Republic, but that's not going to keep them off that tower for long. They're going to just go ahead and pop that second checkpoint, even though now that we have two members down. Sentinel with that crab trying to get one more pick on the third member. Also watching that jump point, Curb coming in on that jump, and Curb now going down and being unable to come back in to the map here. But now that tower is going to go back into neutral position, and we still have a pretty solid lead for the Prowlers here with a little less than 2 minutes to go.
Yeah, I think you want to try to extend your lead here. I know there's a minute 30. That's not a whole heck of a lot of time if you want to just try to play turtle defense right here. But instead, they're kind of recognizing where these players are right now and just going for it and getting splats. And here's the question, are they going to hop on tower? They do. Now, this is, again, the right call. You got them completely discombobulated. Even if you can't add to your lead, you can put the tower on the enemy side of the map and bleed out clock that way. But you don't want to... I don't know, they got a lot of specials built up, and they're getting the splats. They probably will find a way to clear this checkpoint, actually.
Yeah, it seemed like a little bit the Republic was a little hesitant there to try to push any further forward. You had two members kind of back in that right corner by the spawn, kind of just not only spraying some ink down, but refusing to push forward very much further. They were able to extend the lead there very well. Zion getting a really good pick there as they're trying to retreat back into the middle zone. But the Republic here with like now the timer going into the yellow with almost 30 seconds left remaining. They had to move that tower not only out of their spawn point, but back across the map, getting it past the second checkpoint and onto the third checkpoint. And especially now with Prowlers having 3/4 of that third checkpoint still left to go, they're sitting pretty comfortably here in this positioning, especially having this crab set up on top to try to provide a lot of ink from further back and into the spawn of the Republic right now.
Look, all you got to do, that T-Tech player has Ink Strike, just hold on to it. Just stay back and hold on to it. And that's exactly what they're doing. Just going to wait right here. Oh, but the Ink Strike's not even necessary. They're able to just splat 3 players for nothing. And there you go. The Prowlers, in a basically a must-win situation, found a way to get a win on a map they were supposed to. Nice counter pick yet again, and the Republic's probably saying, okay, cool, we got that out of the way, we're done, we don't have to do that again, whatever, we get the next counter pick.
And so far, this set's been pretty back and forth. I mean, now we're at an even playing field with 2-2 going into our 5th game now. Curious to see what the counter pick is going to be coming up next here, especially now that they kind of had, it seemed like a pretty disadvantageous map mode combo out of the way for the Republic. Going to be interesting to see what is going to actually be picked next for them to try to help them maybe get this 3rd win.
And now the counter picks are coming, are adjusted now. They can't pick. I missed this in chat when the Prowlers picked Eeltail tower control. The response from the Republic was "bro." So obviously not a map and mode they want to go to. They're going to Clam Blitz at Scorched Gorge. Is the pick that's going in. Now, as we mentioned before, you can't go back to the map and mode you most recently won on. So that just means they can't go back to Rainmaker. If they wanted to do splat zones again, they could do that at this point. But they're going to try to get the win here on Clam Blitz at Scorched Gorge. I feel like we've seen both teams play this map on stream so far.
Yeah, I think you're right about that. And both teams brought a lot to the table on this map mode combo, and so I don't think we're gonna see too much composition change. Maybe we'll see that wiper coming back into play, especially from Tactic, bringing that wiper back into play. They were just killing it earlier with the wiper and getting really close and up and personal into the spawn the last time we saw them here on this map. So I think that would be an effective choice for them, but I think the amount of aggression that the Prowlers were able to bring last time here too is something to be maybe a little bit worried or afraid of. But I think, as you said, I think the Prowlers have been kind of tuning into what the Republic has been cooking so far with having them on the stream. So I'm wondering how in tune they're going to be with what the Republic is going to bring onto this map. And yeah, exactly that. I think Tactic bringing that wiper back in to this composition on here is a good choice.
Game 5 is tied 2-2 apiece. And yes, they're going back to their bread and butter comp they used the last time, that being the Republic. The Prowlers basically just been using shooter and machine this entire time, except when they want to use Eel Eater. And this is clearly not a map and mode combo where they want to bust that out just yet. Right now, you see the Republic being very aggressive, getting a lot of splats and instantly just going for it, recognizing the basket's wide open. Somebody gather up a clam. The only issue with these early pushes is you usually don't have a lot of clams to work with. And oh no, the worst thing you can do when a push is get wiped like that, especially in the beginning. And now they've already built up another clam. They're gonna have a mercy clam to work with. It just comes down to how quick are the Prowlers gonna be, because they got everything they need to get the lead right back.
Yeah, that killer whale being set up right there was perfect, and also that Booyah Bomb to kind of follow up as well. You have Sentinel now building a power clam of their own, trying to see if they could get in a little bit further. There's definitely some follow-up going down from Zyrim on the bottom of that basket. 3 members going down. The lead now being lost with that super jump power clam coming in there. The members of the Republic now trying to get back into this map as quickly as possible, throwing some ink down, but the map right now is just so blue, so incredibly blue, and you can see that one member is going back for round 2 for another power clam to try to get back in as best as they can. And unfortunately, Sentinel just jumping a little bit too late before that basket gets closed up.
That's why you don't sell your soul just to throw a few more extra clams in on the basket, because it's going to cost you 79 points on the back end just to get a few more in on your own. You can't get wiped on pushes like that, and that opens up the door for the Prowlers. Again, they have to get a win on a Republic counter pick at some point. They're in a good situation to do that right now. Instead, the basket gets popped for the Republic. They've already cleared out their penalty points, and you got the Wiper taking the fights away from the objective, but nobody else has a clam that's near the basket, so that's going to shut everything down. But still, the Republic's able to hold on to control of mid. That's the most important thing right now. You still got 3 minutes left to go, but the Prowlers, one of the best defensive teams we've seen in recent and low Inca history, are in a comfortable position with this huge lead here, even though we still got half the game left to go.
Yeah, they definitely are positioning themselves very strategically happening right now. You can see Zyram kind of holding that front ramp down there in front of that bottleneck area. And you can see now that X is also trying to come back next to them and try to help them out. The Killer Whale going out, providing a lot of displacement in mid there. You see Nixja has 7 clams in their arsenal, kind of throwing some fizzy bombs to take some attention away, maybe from another power clam user. Now 2 members of the Prowlers going down, and that basket bottleneck area kind of looking pretty open right now. And you can see the Republic is just going to go ahead and take advantage of that openness right now. Tri-Strike coming out, 2 power clams going in, the follow-up with clams. Now the lead getting reversed by 1 point. Tactic is going to move up pretty far, but unfortunately to no avail. Another jump coming in from Curb, and yes, the GG clam coming in from the Republic right at the end there. Man, the right place and the right time for the Republic on that one.
I didn't even see what happened. Everybody just started dying from the side of the Prowlers. I don't know if they just played a little bit too defensively and one of their flanks was able to just kind of land through and get all those splats. Do we have that replay technology? I don't know. We might look to see into that, but for some reason, everybody just exploded from the side of the Prowlers. And what looked like to be their best opportunity to break through the armor of the Republic was right there to beat them on Clam Blitz. Now, here's the real issue with that. The fact that they didn't win on that one. Now, obviously, they have to win this one because it's tournament point for the Republic's favor to force a Game 7. The problem is when you get to a Game 7, the Republic can go back to Rainmaker now, because the most recent win they had was on Clam Blitz. And yes, this is the replay here. Our lovely producer, Inkfair, able to show it. And yes, I think it was just the Wiper and the Tetra player just pushed way up, able to just get a ton of splats right there. And just 3 clams thrown at the basket. Look at all that real estate they had.
They had so much space to be able to get in there. They had that power clam going in and so much time, especially you had one other member being able to go back and pick up clams as that first power clam was going in there, getting the second one, and then Curb just executing an awesome jump there to get that third power clam in there to win them the game. And I think they kind of just went for it. I'm wondering too what was happening in that voice channel at the time, if they were able to jump in and they knew it was going to be safe for them and they were going to be close enough to jump in and get that clam in there, because I think as we saw in the last time that we had the Republic here at Clam Blitz Scorch Gorge, Curb did a similar movement where they were trying to super jump in and throw the power clam kind of off to the side, but they were just a little too far away to make an effective throw. They tried to get in a little bit closer, but were splatted before the throw could actually be completed. So well played by the Republic for sure, taking advantage of all that real estate in front of that basket.
And again, the streak, the potential for a 4 out of 4 grand finals going to a Game 7 in this new format is still alive. And the team that needs to force it is making the counter pick here. Again, they just can't go back to tower control. They just want a tower control eel tail. They can't go to ink blot either because they went on ink blot clams. But they can go back to clams if they want. I don't know if that's what you want to do in this situation. But it looks like they want to go to zones. They asked if that's a legal pick. It is yes. So I wonder what zones map they're trying to come up with here. And it looks like they're going to go with Mako Mart, I believe, to get Sentinel back on that E-Leader, because we've seen them use E-Leader a handful of times, and this is definitely one of the mapping modes that they used it on before.
Yeah, we're gonna go ahead and get our coupons ready to go. We're gonna go shopping at Mako Mart, and Sentinel is hopefully going to be bringing that e-liter to the fire sale that's gonna happen at Mako Mart right now. Bringing it to match point for the Republic. If the Republic takes this one, then they are going to be winning this low ink. So I'd feel a little bit nervous if I was the Prowlers right now, because there's a little bit of ground to be making up to at least one game to try to tie. But I think with what the Prowlers have been kind of bringing so far, I think that they are going to have good heads on their shoulders going into Mako Mart, and they're going to try to make the best of it as they can.
Good heads on their shoulders. Well, they're kind of screwed, because if they don't have good heads on their shoulders, it's not like they can just take it off and put a different head on. Unless there's some technology that you kids have these days I'm not paying attention to. But I think, I think you're right. Like, I think the fact that you can go back to a comfortable map and mode like this, I don't think this gives them a crazy advantage, because this is one of like the more neutral map modes in the game. This is usually one we have grand finals start off as every single low ink. But again, I think it's just to get back to that e-liter that they want to use. I think they kind of recognize general openings that team have on this map. So I wouldn't be surprised if Sentinel was able to get a pick within the first 7 seconds of this map, just because they're going to be looking for those teams to drop at those right spots. And especially in a tournament like this, as long as it's when you get to this point, you'll start to see teams start to play a little bit more predictable. And just as I thought we were going to get into some action here, it looks like we have a little bit of a communication error, and we'll get that fixed momentarily, even though it will take everybody. Oh, maps and mode updated. Lovely.
The fire sale has started, and we're pounding on the doors to get into Mako Mart to get our coupons used. But the employees need a little more time to get the store set up and to get things arranged for the mob that is going to come on this Squid Black Sunday fire sale happening at Mako Mart.
No, wait, hold on. Can we talk about Mako Mart real quick? There's a part of the map where you could fall off and die. How does that make any sense? Where is the Mako Mart? Is there like a black hole that's like supporting it from underneath? How can you fall off a grocery store and die while you're inside the grocery store? That makes absolutely no sense. I wonder, it's not a second floor thing, because there you can see like the checkout aisles if you look like deep off to the left and right of the map. Like, and why is there a giant death trap right there that's not like blocked off? That's got to be like that's got to be against every single building code there's ever been, right? Oh yeah, look, we can look at the map here. We got the blueprints right there. Thank you.
It makes me wonder too, like this is a canonically correct grocery store, because the map itself is the produce section, and all of the organic quote unquote and like produce things are always in their own section of the grocery store. And when you look off to the side, you're absolutely right. It's all aisles. All the things that are not organic or like vegetable fruit goes into the aisles. And so Mako Mart, the stage is actually just a fight in the produce section.
And I believe those alleyways there where you can fall, I think the official call out the community's developed for that is called breakfast. So, like, how much do you guys love breakfast that you're willing to risk your life for it? Me personally, I'm not really awake enough to do that, so I'm not that kind of person. But still, it's just something I wanted to point out. Shipyard has no excuse to have a bottomless pit as well, but we're moving on. The players are getting back into the lobby slowly but surely here. And I hope that we can just get this match going at some point, and no awkward situations start to arise from here. This has been a fantastic set so far. It's been a fantastic tournament. I mean, this alpha bracket started off, literally every single match in round one of alpha bracket was 1-1. Everybody won on their counter pick in round one of their first match. There's only been 3 KO, like 3 sweeps in alpha bracket. 2 of them were by Prowlers. The other one was by the Republic. The Republic, though, had to win a game 5. They lost another game to Infinity Rain. We mentioned they lost earlier. Like, this has been a very competitive low ink. And it wouldn't surprise me if we went to a Game 7 here. Again, what we're looking for is this E-leader right at the start that's going to come out from Sentinel. That is not an E-leader. That is the exact opposite of an E-leader. They're changing their comp.
Wow, so late into the competition as well. Now they're going to finally change it. I like to see that Numa's going to go ahead and bring out this custom junior instead. So we are still going to be having that wave breaker on the side of the Prowlers as well, even if we don't have the E-leader. And wow, the breaker coming out really fast within the first 15 seconds of the game. We had it out, but the Republic is not going to waste any time and take that zone right away.
I'm sorry, the Wiper was just trying to spawn camp in the first 10 seconds. They immediately just went all the way around the world. It created a little bit of a distraction because right now the Republic has control of zone. They won't have it for much longer because they're already losing 2 players. Excuse me, how did you get that splat? Interesting. That might slow down a bit of a counter push here. And honestly, it'll completely stop the Prowlers from getting back in the zone. This tournament might be over.
Yeah, the Republic is coming out of this really strong right now. Last-ditch effort, if there is any that is going to be worn, is going to be coming into effect very soon here. You can see, though, that the Prowlers are kind of hanging back. They're definitely not being as aggressive as we were seeing earlier on in this tournament. And Tactic, once again, breaking back into that spawn, not getting the pick quite yet, but they were definitely looking to be more of a distraction factor. But now with the soft wipe happening on the Republic, we are now going to see what the Prowlers are going to try to be cooking with this comp change-up.
If everybody from the Republic just hangs back, just does nothing, don't take any fights, just focus on mid, and they let the Splatalot player get all the way back there, this tournament's over. Because that distraction with players alive would have been a lot, but instead there were other players that were down, so that distraction that the Wiper bust out forced them in a situation where they had to beat a crab, and they didn't do that. And now look who's coming all the way back. Penalty points already getting erased right now. Instead, the zone gets flipped back into favor of the Republic, but the Prowlers are lucky to be hanging on and still in this game at all.
Yeah, and you could see, too, that Sentinel was trying to retreat very quickly, trying to use the last little bit of their crab that they could to try to retreat, but unfortunately getting taken down pretty quickly now. But now you can see that there's 2 members of the Republic now in the spawn of the Prowlers, trying to not only provide distraction, but looking for picks as soon as they're able to get back onto this map. There's so much green to be had, but unfortunately now that zone is actually going to go ahead and flip back and be back into neutral at this point, with Booyah Bomb coming out onto that right stack area there, trying to clear it up. But the Republic said, hey, you know what? That doesn't matter to us. We're going to still go ahead and get as much ink down as possible. Tactic getting a really good pick there, going in for the second one now, just providing so much aggression. They just keep walking over and over again into that spawn area of the Prowlers.
Well, yeah, and they're just going to keep doing that over and over again, as you mentioned. Why not? I mean, they can just get free real estate right there, but it's not going to lead to a KO unless they can just keep everybody else alive and be a little bit more patient. Those flanks can't really work. If the rest of your players are dying, they can't capitalize off of it. But now you just got to get out of your own spawn. This Wiper player trying to double deck and go back into mid right here, combined with the Ink Strike, should be able to get them control of zone. Instead, they're going for fights, not really painting anything. Getting a couple of splats, surely it's going to fall in their favor, and it ultimately does. 1:30 seconds left to go. It's been a huge lead that they're just kind of slowly letting the clock build all the way down. But this is a tournament that is the Republic's to lose at this point.
Yeah, absolutely. Numa there trying to get a little bit more space provided for the Prowlers to get back into this map. That Booyah Bomb, though, excellent coverage there, trying to maybe displace a little bit more. But this is the wipeout that the Prowlers needed, I think, to try to get them a lockout here. They have every advantage at this point, man advantage as well, to try to get this lockout going. And you could see right when we were at bird's eye view, the members of the Prowlers were kind of spread out there. That Wavebreaker once again is going to come out and try to keep that space available and open in the front zone there in the area of the Republic.
No way.
2 members of the Republic now going down. That penalty is now gone. They still just need 12 points to try to tick down this lead. There's so much green ink trying to fly back onto this map. You can see Curb now trying to break back out, having Green Slider ready. The lead has been lost, but that zone is going to go back into neutral and almost get flipped, but not quite. The Prowlers with only 2 points left on the board. The Republic, though, doing a really quick response in order to turn that zone back green.
Oh, what a good set this is. Oh, this is amazing. This one's going to go into overtime. Actually, no, they flipped the zone. They got it right back, though. Are they going to be able to force this one into overtime? The answer is no. The answer is going to be no. The Prowlers steal one from you. And now when you're the Republic, you start to think back when you were on the door of KOing them in the first minute. If you just wait a little bit longer, let your Splatalot player complete that flank and just focus the zone, is this tournament already over at this point? Instead, Low Ink Magic rears its ugly head yet again. We are going back to a Game 7 in these grand finals, and here's the bigger problem, though. This is the huge problem that the Prowlers have. You have that fantastic comeback. Your VC is hype. You're probably virtually high-fiving each other. The problem is the Republic most recent win was on Clam Blitz, which means they can now counterpick Rainmaker yet again, and I would be surprised if they picked anything but that.
Absolutely. I think that of the final, being in this final game, Rainmaker would be the choice to pick. Just, wow. That wipeout was exactly what the Prowlers needed in order to get their foot back into that game. Getting that timer back down, having the members be spread out, you're absolutely right. I think that the members of the Republic got a little bit too antsy there. Tactic was trying their best to try to get back in and flank over and over again, but just not quite getting the setup that they were looking for. And I think the Prowlers took full advantage of that. They tried to notice right away that is what Tactic was trying to do, and they were able to fan themselves out so effectively and have so much pink ink in mid that the Republic had so much ground that they had to try to make up there. I'm like, my head is like in my hands right now, Popgun. This is just what a comeback. What a comeback.
The one map you just got to pick is Rainmaker Undertow. That's all you got to do. And that's exactly what they're going to do. Yes, you can pick the mode that you can only not pick the mode you most recently won on. You have to do that in best of 7 formats, because otherwise you're going to get in this awkward situation to where there's only one mode that you can counterpick across like 3 maps if it works out that way. So that's why the Republic's allowed to go back to Rainmaker. And here's what we saw last time. The Prowlers played Photic Zone here in what I dubbed, and I still believe, is the ugliest game of Rainmaker that's ever graced Twitch. The Prowlers picked up the Rainmaker once at the beginning of the game. They broke the pedestal. They never touched the Rainmaker for the rest of the 4 minutes and 30 seconds, and they still won. That is not... Photic Zone played a little bit more passive themselves, looking for something to break through. The Republic's not going to have that same issue. They're going to bust right through that defensive hold that Prowlers has in the mid, and Prowlers has to respond to that. They have to go back. The only thing working in their favor right now is that mental momentum that they have for coming from behind in that last game, which, to be completely honest, they should have lost. They should have lost that Game 6. So now that they got back here in the Game 7, they just got to ride that momentum and try to get this huge lead early. And yeah, no surprises, not going to mess around with an E-leader. When in doubt, bring the splash back out. It's Game 7 yet again here at Low Ink.
Yeah, and they're going to also go ahead and opt for that double machine like they did last time. I don't know. I'm interested to see if they are going to try to go for that initial pop and then just play the long game and play defense the whole time. It kind of seems like these days Rainmaker also turns into a team deathmatch until you can get the first initial wipe. But it looks like we're just going to go with 2 down here for the side of the Republic. We're going to go ahead and try to just get these points on the board as quickly as possible. We're not going to waste any time right now. Not even 30 seconds into the game, and that first checkpoint is going to be popped for the Republic.
Oh, I love this play. Push the Rainmaker to the left and have the distraction on the right. That leaves this open path for the Splatalot wiper to get all the way up that uninkable path. 24 remaining. Heck of a play. And in an environment like this, you go back to your natural instincts. I love that the Tetra player's natural instinct is to flank opposite of where the Rainmaker went. Nice play, and that got them a huge lead here with 4 minutes left to go. If you're the Prowlers, you absolutely can't afford to play defense now.
Absolutely, and I think the Republic has been super keen on that. Maybe they were also tuning into when the Prowlers were playing as well and could see exactly what they did in that Rainmaker game, and they know we cannot provide them any space to do that. We can't provide them any space to get a lead and to just try to play defensively, because it's obvious that their map awareness on here is very, very keen. And so now we can see there's a lot of ink to be had and flying around, and especially on the side of the Prowlers, I would be really worried here trying to keep that map yellow as best as possible, especially if you're going to have Curb making that opposite flank gesture once again. But as I say that, the wipeout is going to happen on the side of the Republic. The Republic getting a little bit antsy there themselves, trying to push forward. And now we're going to just see a repeat of what the Republic did on the side of the Prowlers, and we're going to go ahead and just pop the first checkpoint back. Almost.
No, they didn't get it. But they still got some players left arrived right here. Until they don't, goodbye, a wipeout. What a defensive hold there by the Republic. And after all that, we've only had 2 points taken off the clock, but the Rainmaker likely going to reset and go back to mid here and give another opportunity for us to reset ourselves and try to get back into the action here. One player does go down on the side of the Republic. The Prowlers trying to use some specials to get control mid. They do pop the Rainmaker, but they're not going to have that clear path that they had last time. They've got a wipeout, and they were able to hold on that right side. And look at the defense already standing over here, tacked with that with a hammer built up, just basically daring them to come back down. I wonder if it makes sense to stall, try to flank somebody out on the right side, but instead they just sit there and let the hammer knock them out. You got to make a decision on what they want to do. Look how much map control that the Prowlers have here, but they can't do anything with it.
Yeah, they're trying to see where they could go, and I think you're right. They kind of hesitated in that corner area a little, allowing Tack to get that stamp throw exactly where they wanted it to go. It was basically a guided stamp throw at that point. If you're going to kind of sit in that corner for that long and stall, you're kind of asking to get the stamp thrown at you at that point. But now the Prowlers here are still going to try to maintain that map control as best as they can. A little hesitant to pick up this Rainmaker once again. There's quite a firefight happening on mid, and a lot of purple to be had on the side of the Republic as well. But now it looks like we're going to try to get that other pedestal painted up a little bit too. And it's looking pretty open right now. You have a 2v2 fight happening between Curb and Tack there with other members on the side of the Prowlers, but one of them being able to go down. The Prowlers are going to go ahead and pick up this Rainmaker and try to get this left side push going. But once again, it's kind of like the reverse of what the Prowlers did in that original game. Now the Republic is going to be playing the defensive game.
They don't know what they want to do with the Rainmaker. They straight up do not know how they want to play this map. They just keep backing up. They have all the map control in the world, but they're just waiting for that Tetra player to spawn back in and completely shut them down. They don't know what they want to do with that Rainmaker, and now they've lost all their map control, and it's the Republic that's starting to keep up the aggression again.
Yeah, and it seems like maybe the Prowlers are losing a little bit of momentum here. I think the fact that they weren't able to get the initial push like they did last time might have been, affected them here. Even though you're absolutely right, they're maintaining such good map control. They just don't really know where they want to go. They can't really decide what's the safest pathway and where can we kind of find ourselves with the most success. But now you can see the X here with the Rainmaker kind of sitting up on that top snipe area there, not quite feeling comfortable enough to jump down onto that first checkpoint. 3 members of the Prowlers here kind of camping out in the middle section with 9 seconds left on the clock. They've really got to get this tower moving in that checkpoint pop if they want to try to get something cooking here.
The longer they wait, the longer an opportunity is for the Republic to come in and get the splats that they need. 2 players going down. They're holding onto the reef sliders, just staring them down with the ink strike, saying, I think we've won this tournament. You got to come and do something against us. They do clear the pedestal, however, but it's just the splash left alive. A 1v1 hero play is not going to land, and the low ink trophy is going back down under. The Democratic Republic survives Game 7, and they win low ink.
Wow. What a strong initial push coming out from the Republic in this game. I really think that push is what really broke the momentum for the Prowlers. on this map. They just could not figure out what the proper timing and pathway that they wanted to use to get that Rainmaker going. And then the Republic was able to play such strong defense, and you had Tact moving up right away and providing so much aggression right at the beginning and picking up the Rainmaker and popping that first checkpoint within the first 30 seconds of the game. I feel like the Republic came in here kind of knowing within the first 30 seconds, like, we got this in the bag if we can get that first checkpoint going, and then they were able to get that Rainmaker pretty far on the uninkable zone. So congratulations to the Republic, and very well played also by the Prowlers.
Not another low ink for the history books. I'm kind of just hoping next month we can just see a bunch of curb stomping KOs here. Like, all these tournaments are just getting so competitive now with just splitting hairs, the decisions between who gets the win here or the win there. I mean, you talked about the team that just won, the Republic. They were down 2-1 the set prior to the final reckoning. You know, like they were almost completely out of the tournament before they even got to this point. Man, I love lowing. Man, this is why you guys watch this. This is why you people that have been banned from this tournament for literal years now keep coming back every single month, because the players never disappoint in putting on a fantastic show for everybody here. Oh man. And look, this is we got through this one. Well, I'm ready to take a break. I don't know about the rest of you guys. I'm ready to just take the rest of the week off. Saf, thank you for coming in and commentating last moment. Fantastic job for there. Welcome. This is pretty much a standard low ink. You didn't get lucky and see anything that nobody else has seen. This is just what low ink is at this point. Where can people find you? Go ahead and plug yourself.
Oh, absolutely. You can find me on Twitter at Safirea. That's 2 P's, 2 A's. On twitter.com at Safirea, or if you would like to find me in the Twitchverse around here, these parts, you can find me at twitch.tv/Safirea. And Popgun, I'd like to thank you so much for allowing me to come onto the mic here with you today and yesterday. I had the opportunity to not only open February 2023 Low Ink, but I also get to close the Low Ink this month. And it's been such an honor and a privilege to be able to be on this mic with you. And I'd like to know also, where can the good people of the Twitchverse find you at?
You can find me walking the dog around the neighborhood. It is a nice, comfortable 57 degrees outside, and I'm done. So, but where we can find you guys is watching the Ludi Tonight, which will be hosting 3 semifinal matches tonight at 7 p.m. Eastern Time, 4 p.m. Pacific Time, featuring Div 7 and Div 9 teams. Be sure to follow Splatoon Tourney on Twitch, since they will be hosting all of the Division final matches next weekend. Oh, the action does not stop. This community is never going to be taking breaks, it seems like, and we're just going to keep on moving forward. So make sure you watch that later tonight. Hey, you're commentating that too, aren't you?
Sir.
I see. There you are on there. You got a full bracket ahead of you today. Well, nicely done. Hey, the grind don't stop. From all of us here at IPL, the head TOs for this event, myself, JPEG, Ho and Hero, our producer, Ink Fair, all the lovely and talented staff that we have behind the scenes, literally working several hours for free to verify, to talk to people in help desks, to do all the stuff that we have to do in this tournament. We thank you guys for playing and watching it. We will see you back here next month on IPL.